They paint the sky with static lights, flickering screens, a neon guise. Truth dissolves in the digital haze. We're all just pawns in a twisted maze. Purple or blue, white or black, we all bleed red, that's a fact. Fools, fuels, freedoms, that's all we need. They sow division, we plant the seed. Gaslight nation, we see through the game. Tired of the fire, tired of the same. Hungry minds with empty plates, they serve us feeling, they call it fate. We're breaking chains, we're waking fast, so they hold on us, we'll never lost. Purple or blue,
Right on. We're in business. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Hello and welcome back, my beautiful Tater Nation. It's Thursday, and you know what that means. It's Tater Talks Thursdays, where the takes are hot, the mics are on, and the potatoes are fully baked. Other than myself, I don't do that. This is the round table. This is the open panel. This is where bold ideas meet real conversations. No scripts, no safe little sound bites, no flakes. Just organically grown conversations served fresh. And you know us potatoes, we have lots and lots of eyes, and we like watching all the interesting things that humans do up top. And tonight we're digging into the big questions, sharp disagreements, and maybe even a little uncomfortable truth. But we do it with logic, respect, and a willingness to actually listen. So pull up a chair, check your ego at the door, and let's dig in, because this is Tater Talks Thursdays. And for inspiration, of course, I didn't really have one for myself, but roots first, glory later. We always have to have our good foundation, and that's what I'm trying to build with Tater Nation, of course. And then the possession of anything begins in the mind, and that's Bruce Lee. So whatever we want, we have to think and plan for it, of course, right? And of course, before we begin, this program contains open dialogue and unscripted commentary. Guest participants speak for themselves. Their opinions are solely their own and do not necessarily reflect the views of the host or this channel. Conversations may include strong language, conversational perceptives, or emotionally charged positions. The purpose of this format is dialogue, not endorsement. We expect all participants to follow platform terms of service and community guidelines. Personal attacks, threats, or calls for harm will result in immediate removal. And of course, viewer discretion is advised with the possibility of strong language. All right, so we have a few people in the, or at least one person, or at least there was when I left. Yep, there was a few people here. So we'll just jump right in. And of course, if anybody would like to join the panel, you're free to join at any time. Please like the stream, share the stream if you can. Didn't have my equipment up, so Leia Bobe gets the highlight. Dave, I think you were the first in. Nope, JB was the first in. If you're still around, appreciate the engagement, guys. And you'll hop in in a few minutes. Right on. Hey, Pharmacat, thank you very much for the engagement. So the slow start this evening. Almost wasn't sure if the Streamlabs was going to let me stream tonight or not. So thank you very much for the engagement. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. All right, so I'll jump over into the panel here. Make sure that they're good to go.
Opinion.
Hey guys,
Yeah, they're not very good.
you guys ready?
Yeah, we're ready. We're
All
just
right.
chit-chatting, waiting on you.
No worries. All right. So
All right.
get in here. All right. And both of you seen the prompts?
Yeah, I'll have to pull them back up. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah.
And for those
too.
All right. And then for those in the audience, the prompts tonight are going to be: where is the line between understanding someone and excusing them? And what point do we hold them accountable for their actions? Number 2, why do people often perform their opinions instead of genuinely holding them? 3, free speech versus hate speech. Where does protected speech end and censorship begin, especially on social media platforms? This is a reused, these are reused prompts. So if anybody has some prompts that they would like to bring forth, I'm all open to new prompts as well. Number 4 will be immigration enforcement versus humanitarian responsibility, border security, asylum claims, deportation, and whether current policies help or hurt citizens and migrants. Number 5, government spending, inflation, and the economy. Is inflation driven by corporate greed, government spending, or consumer behavior? And number 6 is national identity versus globalism. Should countries prioritize sovereignty or global cooperation? There we go. All right. Is there any... Go ahead.
Where are you getting... I'm at topics for 5/14/26. Where are these prompts?
Do you know how to get to
I'm in
the
live stream?
That's... in the live stream. Yeah, so I've been unfortunately dropping the ball on that one. Do you know how to get to the side chat on the voice channel that we're on right now?
Yeah.
That'll be...
Oh, I got it.
Yeah, Dave is really good about getting it into the side chat. I keep forgetting because he does it for me. But shout out to the mods. Appreciate you guys so much. And again, if
we love Dave.
Yeah, Dave is a good mod. And again, if you haven't shared the stream, please share the stream. I know there's only a few people viewing so far, so I'll probably bug you about it later. But please share the stream so we get some viewership on these. I'd really like to grow them into something a little bit bigger. All right, so is there anybody on the panel that would like to start with any of those prompts? Or a prompt of their own, I guess.
Smedley, do you have anything?
Well... I mean, there are nuances to one. The line between understanding someone and excusing them, that's kind of very general and broad. So I think we need to put more of a point on that.
Okay.
And I'm open to suggestions, but what are you trying to get at there? Like, what do you mean by understanding someone and excusing them? Like, in what regard? Because that could cover thousands of things.
Yeah, that's kind of the point.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have enough to keep the conversation moving along. I like to keep them broad and open for interpretation.
Yeah.
So if you have something in mind.
Well, 2 is definitely something that I could speak to, because I see this for decades, and I saw the rise of it as our society had been affected by different, we'll say, forces of conformity. And with conformity, people aren't their genuine selves. So what they have to do is they have to become more performative. Like, we all have a face, right?
Sure.
So, I mean, we could talk about that. Free speech and hate speech. That's, all the other stuff is,
I'd love to talk about free speech and hate speech.
We can talk about that if you want. Welcome in, OGJ. Appreciate the joining the panel. But yeah, we can talk about that if we don't have anywhere else to go per se. But
I'm here to just go with the flow.
Sure. If you you kind of had the floor, Smedley. If you'd like to start somewhere, or if not, we can go to hate speech versus free speech.
Oh, are we live?
Yes, we're
Yes,
live.
sir. We're live. We're going on right now.
Yep.
All right, let me mute the channel so I don't get.
Sure, that's fair.
It's not showing that we're live. It doesn't. Hold on.
It's a delay, about 2 minutes, 2 to 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's
Now I
not
got
us
it.
that
Party's
send you
here. Calm down, everyone.
Welcome in, everybody.
Yeah, welcome in. Nave, welcome in. I think you're new to the Discord, so appreciate you joining. I think this is the first time. Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate you joining. Was there anything that you wanted to start with since you're newest on the panel?
I think I'll take a minute, sit back, listen, kind of stew on it a moment.
Sure. Not a problem at all. Just out of curiosity, where did you come across the stream?
I've known Batman and Smedley for
Oh,
a
okay.
fair bit.
Okay, cool. Well, I appreciate Batman and Smedley for bringing you in. I always like new people. I just want to make sure that I'm not saying something stupid and offending somebody before I even know who they are. So I appreciate you joining.
You're good.
And
I saw the panel. I sent him all the topics and everything. Nave is smart, versed, and again, I just kind of dropped it on him. He wasn't really doing much, and I figured, why not another smart head on the panel? Kind of thing. Just connecting strings. That's all.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
I'm what I consider an educated moron. So,
well, I call myself a potato for a reason, so you're in good company.
Savant.
I'm a sophisticated idiot.
Yeah,
that might be a fair assessment, sir.
So with free speech versus hate speech, is there anything that anybody would like to start with on it, since that's kind of where we're starting with, I guess? No? So what is...
I would like to
go ahead.
define terms. What is hate speech? I want to know what the panel's thoughts are on that.
That's what I was actually just about
I
to
think
ask.
hate speech is free speech.
Exactly.
Should be
Hate
free to
speech is-
hate you if I want to.
If you break free speech down to its core components, hate speech is protected speech until it becomes violent inherently.
Correct, and they have been using that term, though, to move the goalpost to get arrested.
Very much so.
Well, the root of political correctness is basically controlled speech. So it forces a person into self-censorship of word choice and expression.
Fair. So as far as hate speech goes, I don't see anything really as hate speech. As far as, if we're going to have free speech, we should have free speech. But there's a certain level of rhetoric that needs to be curbed online somehow, considering we had, one of our biggest supporters, Charlie Kirk, murked on live on, in front of everybody because of the rhetoric that was put out online about him being not so great of a person, right? So whether that was considered hate speech or not, that was obviously something that had repercussions from it. So, there any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that all speech should be allowed, but if there are repercussions within a society or maybe an individual private business or even a public forum says, hey, we don't allow these things, then you either make the alternative or you put up with it.
Fair.
I think that maybe a pitfall to free speech in a society that is turning into an idiocracy, where people do not critically think, there is no discernment, so they, I think, are more emotionally reactive to speech as instead of listening to what is being said and then, kind of having some, introspection anyways.
Well, yeah, but the big issue that we are running into is simply this. It is that free speech only works in a homogenous society. You need a homogenous culture with homogenous morals. They
Yep.
need to be all on the same standpoint. And free speech is kind of used as a catch-all. Like I said earlier, once it becomes violence or calls for violence, it's no longer free speech.
Right. That's the
See,
thing.
even that is a bit arbitrary, right? Because when we have to be tyrannical, then you're going to be inciting some level of hate speech against the government, and then they could oppress you over that if you're saying that it's hateful and that can be, arbitrated over.
You're not wrong. And there's plenty of examples with that throughout history.
Right. If we can't even say the government's being bad because of XYZ, because, immediately they redact it and say you're being hateful, you can't even start any movement towards justice.
That's almost more of a corruption issue so much than a free speech issue.
Well, look
I
at
mean,
the
they go
UK.
kind of hand in hand, but yeah. No, absolutely.
It's happening right now in the UK. It's happening right now in Canada. Right?
Germany,
Australia
France.
is having problems.
Europe, as a rule, seems to be the case.
Yeah.
Well, Europe is just a bit of a hellhole right now, isn't it? I
Barring
mean, they
Poland.
brought it on themselves too.
All the non-religious countries, at least, I don't see any issues with Georgia going on that I've noticed.
I know nothing about Georgia, so I can't speak on that.
Well, it's like, was it Georgia, Poland, places like that? I mean,
Mhm.
they're pretty stable. But granted, that goes back to that homogenous
Was it
society
Serbia as well? Serbia?
Serbia.
Oh,
yeah, I
dude,
believe
yeah.
so.
I'm seeing like videos of these guys full Christian. I don't want to spurg off the topic. I'm sorry. Going back to the topic, where I stand, I think I agree with Rob Schneider, where I think what he said it best, where all speech is explicitly the one that you do not like, the not nice stuff, the repugnant stuff. All speech has to be protected, because when you start suppressing any speech, that leads to more horrors.
Yep.
I can make plenty examples for this that involve slurs, but I'm gonna choose not to.
Yeah, please do.
I mean, I think we all could.
Well, I'll just even bring up that it's not just Western cultures, but there are many countries. I mean, you can point at China, you can point at many countries in Africa where speech is actually redacted too, on basis that we would say is immoral, but their society defines as, the correct way of talking. So it is completely arbitrary when you start saying what is and isn't allowed.
Well, also, free speech allots you the simple benefit of knowing who your enemy is without having to search for them a lot of times. Enemy is a loose term.
That is
people that
a
you
big
disagree
benefit.
with, or people that hate
a
you,
lot of the times
they're going to
it's a
tell you.
big- Yeah, it's a big red flag kind of thing. It shows people who you are, And I think most people see calls to violence and go, "That's terrible," instead of "Let me join that cause." I mean, just out in human nature. Usually, you see something bad, you don't like it.
It's a lot of. I've got a large circle of veterans that I'm well acquainted with, and they like to run toward danger is a different kind of mindset. Your average person is designed to run away from it, and a lot of these rioters they feel forced. I guess the violence portion of it feels forced. It doesn't feel natural or organic. Sure. At least that's to my understanding, the way I perceive it.
No, I don't like people getting jailed for speech. I don't like any of that here in the UK, any of that. Like, I'm watching news reports of people in the UK literally getting stabbed, getting assaulted, and the cops coming, the guy who assaulted the innocent bystander goes, he was saying hate speech to me. The guy on the ground's wriggling in pain, going, "He stabbed me." They handcuff him while he's on the ground, bleeding. Take him to jail. Crazy.
Wow.
He didn't even get to jail before he died.
Nope.
He died right there on the floor in front of him.
That's crazy.
So
He was stabbed in the face. He stabbed him in the face. He had
DJ,
open
say-
laceration on his face, and they cuffed him.
ODJ, you gotta say unalive.
Yeah, try to
I
adhere to
don't know.
TOS. I'm not sure exactly what is
Unalive?
against TOS and what isn't.
Speaking
So
of
just be aware
suppressed
of
speech,
stuff.
From
I
what the one
don't
I
think
saw,
you have to
his
say
cat was
unalived,
back,
but that might be possible. Why don't I look that up?
I'm gonna mute, guys. I'll be right back.
yep. It's such a bizarre circumstance that words that have distinct meaning are so.
No, yeah, and I
verboten.
understand. I'm trying to
YouTube is
be
classic
smart.
for controlled speech and thought, right?
Well, you know who owns them, so.
So I will bring up, though, that there are countries that I do agree with, because I do think that certain speech should be jailed. This is my opinion, but I don't believe that we should just live in a Western country, but a Christian country, right? And so I think certain things void that morality, and you should not be openly expressing that, especially in front of children. Like, it should not be free speech to stand outside of a elementary school, public elementary school, on the sidewalk saying, "Trans your kids," or something like that with posters, because that's protected right now. I think that's immoral. I don't think we as a society should allow that. So I do draw lines. Mine are going to be completely different than any other religion or atheist or secularist. So that's where my issue is. But you look at like Greece, for example, they say in their constitution that we are a nation founded on Christian principles and morality, right? And so within that, that's part of the framework that says this is our objective moral standard that we will base every decision off of, right? And there's no nuance to it.
There's definitely an argument to be made about pulling a lot of this away from kids. The children need to be children for as long as possible.
Well, even the
That's
commercials on TV have gotten a bit wild. Like
Mm.
if you're as old as me, you remember when you weren't allowed to say crap on TV.
Mhm.
And now they can
yeah, that's
drop
pretty
the
bad
F bomb and they love to drop GD.
Well,
Now
it's,
I am just fine with the F bomb. Maybe
Mm.
not in front of kindergartners, but please don't
Right.
Yeah.
say GD. Like I feel like that's where we should be drawing the line. They'll blurt out
Even,
the shit bomb. Okay, they blur that one out,
Well,
but you can say GD all day long, every day. Like what is that?
even Carlin didn't use that in his 7 words. The one that got him arrested. The actual skit that opened up all that for TV.
Oh.
I
Right,
can't
like,
repeat, I
I
can't
think
repeat
it's
the
bad.
skit here, but you know.
I think it should be against the law to take the Lord's name in vain, right? And I think that we should actually set boundaries and be like, no, we don't just like we do not approve of sin. You know,
That's more like the
I second that
religious
motion.
Well,
belief.
no, that is still infringing on freedom of speech.
Sounds
It's
like-
just.
But
Yeah.
all right, hold on.
I see
so the-
your point. I agree with you. I would actually like to do that, but I can also see a very good counter argument on why we shouldn't.
right? It's definitely can be a slippery slope, of course, you know. But I will say that free speech laws and any right actually on this world is just completely arbitrary and made up by society, right? So it's just dictated by the power.
And you're right.
I'll let Med respond, and then I also have a response to Heaven.
Well, I was just going to say, I'm from the north, so I grew up in a time where you didn't really take the Lord's name in vain, and but then that kind of eased up. And I remember the first time I went down south, I said GD, and someone turned to me and said, "You don't cuss down here, son, right? You just don't take the Lord's name in vain, right?" And that's what basically Nave was saying about being homogenous, not only just in like cultural norms, but in like societal norms, right?
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, for that to happen, then everybody has to agree, and nobody's morals align right now, and that is the major issue.
Well, I'll even contend with that and say that without God, you don't even have a basis for your morality, and your opinion should not be even considered relevant to the topic, right? So, like, if you say I'm an atheist and that goes against my moral, who cares? You know, it's subjective anyways at that point.
But how's that homogenous? You know what I mean? Like, I understand where you're coming from, and I'm not disputing the atheist part. I'm just saying, like, how do we get to a point where the people who don't care about what we care about, how do we get them to see that it's worth caring?
For a long time, even a religious people in Western society simply went by the golden rule, correct? Whether you believed in
Yes.
Christianity, whatever, most people followed that golden rule. Today, it
Yes.
seems almost like the what is it, the Aleister Crowley thing: "Do unto others before they do unto you."
Yeah.
Almost seems like the standard mindset for most people.
When did that happen?
Yeah.
Because it seems like it was just yesterday. It was God doesn't make mistakes. You treat others how you want to be treated. Like, when did that flip flop?
It's been slow and steady, but I don't know. 2020 feels like the linchpin for a lot of this societal collapse.
I could
I
agree
give you
on
that point.
A lot of things have changed since then.
Oh, sorry.
Like, things were already bad beforehand, but I'm pretty sure that flipped the teeter-totter over.
Well, yeah.
I would draw the line at post-modernity, right? So, like, when postmodernism came about, 1800, late 1800s, early 1900s, that kind of thing. I think that's when we started to see the decline.
That's part of it. And it's like now it's what, hyper-modernism, I think's the new standard.
Yeah.
Feminism.
So that's part of hyper-modernism.
Disgusting.
That's a good point, Leia.
Yes, but I think it's led to a lot of the degeneracy we find in modern society in a way most quote-unquote modernism doesn't really explain, if that makes sense. In my opinion.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's like the what is it? You can look at the direct correlation between birth control and divorce rates.
Mhm.
Hey, Mrs. D, I appreciate the
feminism had
engagement.
originally at
Good to
least
see
a
ya.
few good goals.
If anybody in the chat
And
doesn't
those
know,
things happened
RSTV,
long
Rattlesnake
ago, and
TV, definitely
feminism
check
needs to
that
go
channel
away.
out.
It's
It's
brought
all been
nothing but problems since then.
Any of these movements always get co-opted.
They're all bad.
All of them.
I was going to say, hey, ODJ, can you justify one thing that the original first wave feminist movement was actually good about doing?
I mean, they gave
No.
women the right to vote, but that was like it.
You
Was
can
that
have
good?
it back. We don't want
Most
it.
women didn't even want it.
I was going to say, was
And a lot
that
of women
good,
don't want it
though?
now.
I think we
Me.
should take that back, but I
Right,
think it'll
that's...
never happen.
Well,
I'll
if you think
support
that we ought
that.
to take it
I
back, then
think
it wasn't
by
fruitful.
then it looked like a good thing. Now it really doesn't.
I don't know. I have to push back just a little. I don't think it even looked like a good thing to most of the women back then. It was basically, I mean, they literally had such a low approval rating. They had
Well,
to stop the women from voting on if they should vote or not because only, 4% of them agreed with it and wanted it. Suffrage.
Well, it
Yeah.
wouldn't have passed if it didn't look like a good thing to at least someone.
I mean, I can go a step.
that's
I can go a
a
step
large
further
group
than
Yeah,
of
that.
the men.
It
Well,
was
it looked like a
know-
good thing for the men.
So it was a top-down movement from a lot of financial institutions as well that just wanted to capitalize on the other half of society,
The
put them
tax
into
dollars.
debt and slave wage.
Well, yeah, I was getting ready to say it was all about tax dollars. Double your tax dollars, essentially. But like, I'll go a step further for society. I firmly believe you don't get the right.
Thank
to
you for
vote unless
posting
you
that,
do
Dave.
Some form of civil service, and I don't mean
Yeah,
military.
if you don't know
service. What I'm saying is
RSTV,
you
check
need
them
to do
out.
community service. Like,
Appreciate the
get on your
engagement, Mrs.
community
D, if you're
boards,
still
things
around.
like that for a couple of years.
Well,
Before you can
volunteer
have it.
firefighters used to be in some states.
or
you had to be a
things like that.
Firefighter, volunteer cop, military service. You had to create an
think
institution
That way, if you're disabled, you don't have to take the military route. You can still take, you can still do stuff for your community. You can still serve it, and you get the right to vote afterwards. Pay them a
Right,
living
you
wage.
can be a
do some
911
of it,
operator.
They try and be careful. I know it's hard sometimes on panels, but not to talk over each other. I know that it's sorry, kids in the background. I know some form of like stakeholders suffrage is probably best, which would be like a combination of things like you're talking about civil service or volunteer service in your community, but also and like you actually have to own a home in the community or somehow give to the community.
That's what I was about to say.
That's another thing. Yeah, if you don't live in the area,
Yeah.
I don't believe you should be able to be on any community-driven voting base at all.
Here's where it gets tricky, though, is with any kind of like landowner law or anything like that, or stipulation to voting. completely screws out anyone living in like New York or any of these big high-rise places where you've got 100 families in one building and nobody owns it. You kind of disenfranchise all of them, even if they make $10 billion a year, right?
This is fair.
Oh, would that be such a bad thing?
Yeah.
The big cities where everybody is living in high rises are the liberal cities. So I mean, would that be
Yeah,
bad?
they get disenfranchised. Yeah, that's not a half bad thing. I don't want them to vote anyways, do I? I mean, it's unfair, but do I really want them to vote? No.
You're going down that opposite and slippery slope of the pendulum being on the opposite end. So you're doing exactly to them what they've
Right.
done to you. The idea is to
Right.
punish
Correct.
them without becoming them, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
That is the hope. I think there's also a way to
Punish them would be
counterbalance
better.
that, right? Like if you have some kind of taxes that, like some type of property tax or like land and county tax that you have to pay as some sort of, or even like, oh, what is it called? Like when you pay, what is it called? Like you live in a community and you pay these people and they like
The HOA.
keep up the streets and
HOA.
like these types of things. Because that
HOA.
way you can
Yeah.
Can you guys not hear me or
like living.
hello? Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you now.
All right. It's an
What if we
HOA.
make people pay to vote?
It's an HOA.
Yes, HOA. Just something like that would basically prove you live somewhere without being a homeowner. There are ways to counteract like
HOA
these
needs to die in a
very
fire.
practical problems. Yeah, HOA.
What if we
sucks,
just
but
make
I'm
people
saying.
pay? We could just make people pay to vote. I don't really like that idea.
Yeah,
but it's
except
an
what's
idea.
going to happen? Only
I think that
the wealthy are going to be able to afford it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think it should be based off of three things. One vote per family, and that's immediate family, right? So mother, father, and children, you get one vote. Two, you have to be tax positive over the last 4 years of that election cycle, right? So because some people fall down on jobs and everything like that, you may have a slow 6 months or a year or something like that. That shouldn't disqualify you. It should be an amalgamation of like 4 years. Have you been tax positive, more contributing than you've been taking from the system? And then I do believe that it is men who also do a civil service, right? So I feel like if you fit into those three criteria, you're going to end up with a really ethical and, straightforward, logical society.
I have
That's
one
fair.
pushback. One pushback, and that is the feminists who divorce their husbands. That is 2 households at that point, so they still count
They
as
wouldn't
a
get a vote.
No,
They
I
wouldn't
don't
get a vote.
think
Only
single
families.
feminists should have a right to vote. No.
Well, I like that then.
Does she have the kids?
Yeah. It doesn't
Well,
matter.
of course,
Only
they fight for
family
them.
unit.
No, in a just society, the father has it, and when two parents split up, it's by any kind of empirical data, they always do better if they got a single father rather than a single mother. So the
You
fact that we just give it
you
straight to
just
mom,
said a made up thing, though. You said in a just society, and our society is not just right now.
but the
That is
The
goal
true.
is
men are
to
getting
aim
raked
towards
over
it,
the
right?
coals.
Oh, absolutely.
Right,
That would
but
actually
you
be
are
a panel
you
of its
are
own
not.
right there.
I'll say in the same way, you are not Christ, but you are trying to head towards the direction of Christ. We may not live in a just society, but I would like to move towards a just society.
Yeah, but again, you have to make other people believe your morals, and that is not working.
But that doesn't mean it's impossible, does it?
At this point in time, yes, sir, it is impossible. Just like last night's debate with Andrew Wilson. Dude didn't get his way, so he dropped the F slur,
Yeah.
and everything went to hell because he didn't get his way. What he wanted didn't happen, so he threw a wall-eyed hissy fit, just like they all do.
Yeah.
So how is here we are. This is the world we're living in right now. This is reality.
I will give you 2 reasons. One, we have to create a power difference, right? So it's all power dynamic. The only reason that we don't live in a just society is because we let secularists take over society and dictate what should be moral and immoral. That's how we ended up in this position, and we need to reverse that. An example of this is Roe versus Wade. People thought that would never be repealed, and it was.
Right.
Look, I'm on your side, okay? If it was up to me, we would go back to the barter system.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
with you there.
Yeah, I like that.
So, just to help everything reset, But you're never going to get corruption out of leadership. That's another problem. So even if we vote everyone out and vote in a whole new whatever, it's only a matter of time before corruption gets to them too.
Yeah, but that's without repealing any amendments, like you're talking about, within living the same framework that we have right now. No, if we voted them all out and repealed 2/3 of the amendments, things would be a lot better. Well, that, and you could add an amendment. I've been thinking about this for a while. One specific amendment: all laws should be single issue and written in layman term.
Yes, I agree with that. But what are the chances that it's going to happen?
Slim to none without a revolution, but that's a whole different discussion entirely.
No thanks, I don't want a
argue
revolution.
that it's in 2 generations you will actually see this happen, because secular families, atheistic families, are having 0 to 1 children, right, per couple, whereas religious families and Christian families tend to have 3 to 5. So within a
I have
couple
4
generations,
myself.
exactly. I have 3 myself. We will outnumber them within 2 generations as long as we keep up the same direction with, family.
But
That's a
doesn't
good point.
Islam
I like
have
that.
even more? Doesn't Islam have even more? Plus, they're also were rapidly immigrating. And if the Democrats get back in power, that's going to happen again.
Yeah, well, that's my bring back the Crusades and retake Istanbul, but that's a different topic.
I won't encourage another crusade, but perhaps it wouldn't be a bad thing, but I would also not like to see it happen.
Personally, looking at Europe, I think it's happening sooner than anybody wants it to.
Yes.
After
Well,
that
something's got to give.
after that
Sorry.
sequence,
As
unfortunate as it is, if you watch the news from today, they are rioting, and it is getting way more dangerous.
Oh, well, that's like,
It's not one group versus the other. It is one group versus
What
the
is it?
government and the police.
What is it?
Oh, yeah,
Prague,
Britain is
Munich, and
toast.
Paris have been on fire for the last 5 years straight because of this.
Britain is going to go into a civil
No.
war. I'm pretty sure of it.
Oh, they're already in a cold civil war. I mean, just look.
Oh,
look
well,
at
yeah, they have
straight
been
up,
in
straight down for about the last year and a half. I mean, the whole Tony Robbins thing lit that candle off.
Yeah, but specifically yesterday
Tommy
and
is a
today, they are
patriot.
burning down the towns and
Kinda,
fighting
yeah.
against the police, like actually assaulting the police and fighting back. So we are seeing a massive power difference, right? Where the people are like, oh no, we can actually fight back with force. And we're seeing it happen.
It'd be like a whole other conversation to theorize how that could go down.
Oh,
there's just so much to it.
Well, the way everything is structured, people keep talking about collapses society, and how it's going to go. The world has never existed in this state that it currently is, at least as far as we're aware. Correct? Nobody has nobody has a clue how any of this is going to break apart. Not the foggiest.
Well,
Not without a flood.
Sorry, you go ahead, Fawcett.
I was just making a comment. I said, not without a flood. Go ahead.
Well, luckily,
yeah. So I was just gonna say, as a Christian, and especially if you believe in the Book of Revelation, which you should, but you know that the end times will eventually come. So really, anything on this world that happens, like, it doesn't matter how it goes down. As long as you stay in the right direction, that's all you got to worry about.
Follower Christ, but I like to look at things from just a logistical standpoint, from how it functions on Earth as what I know can touch, kind of thing. Because I don't have to worry about it at the end of things, but just for the sake of argument, I guess.
Right, of course. I'm just saying, like, if Muslims overtook all of Europe and America, we should fight back, but we should not be worried, right?
Yeah, no, I don't see that necessarily happening, just for the simple fact it's one of those weird self-sorting issues, because Muslims don't seem to be able to get along within their own communities very well.
They don't like each other in their own households.
I think it'd be funny if we'd send them back with pride tattoos on them. Send them all back to the Middle East.
You know what I told?
Hysterical.
You know what I told a gay girl the other day when she told me that you didn't tell me Happy Pride Month. I told her to be careful. The devil went down because of pride.
Yeah, I just say define happy pride.
It's like that
Nah, I
old
just
grip
like
seems to be
being
failing too.
punny.
Well, I posted a video in one of the video submission rooms here, and the heading basically is they took a deviant sexual behavior and made it a month-long holiday.
Yeah.
I thought it was canceled, honestly.
Well, it isn't in Google's calendar anymore. So there's that.
That's
I
what
feel
I just
like it
said.
is
The
canceled for normal
grift is
people.
failing, so it's a
I mean,
self-sorting issue.
I haven't heard very much about Pride this year. I've heard a little bit, which I mean, I'll take that as a win. It's not over though.
What'd you say, Leia?
I was just saying it is canceled to, I feel, any type of normal, quote unquote, even slightly libertarian, let alone conservative person. But I actually do agree with ODJ in this circumstance. Like, now that he mentions it, I actually haven't seen all the commercials, all the announcements, the decorations in the stores. Like, there for a few years, they were grifting hard every single summer. And I actually haven't seen that as bad this year. That's a really good point.
Pretty sure that
Praise God.
I saw something just recently that Pete Hegseth eliminated all official Pride Month celebrations and other identify-based heritage months across the Department of Defense, directing the military to refocus exclusively on combat readiness and unit cohesion. So at least in the military, it's dead,
Now get rid of Black
Love
History
to hear
Month.
that.
right?
Glory
Love
to
hear
God.
Yeah.
Get rid
Yeah,
of
so-
Black History
Military
Month.
readiness or combat readiness, isn't that literally the entire military's job?
Right,
To be ready if they need
exactly.
to defend us?
Exactly.
Like, why were they never focused on that in the first place? It's so wild.
Because if you've never served in this particular military, it's mostly bureaucratic bullshit.
Yeah, unfortunately. And that's why
We
I'm
have
so
best
I don't
fighters,
know,
best
sir.
equipment, best training, but the bureaucracy, America hasn't physically put its full might to work since World War II, and we were building our army during that.
Yeah,
What we
certainly
did to
have not served,
Maduro,
but I'm an army brat. So
yeah,
I know, a little bit of that, a little bit. And I do know what you're saying is true. It's like with who gets promotions and, who gets looked at for certain jobs, even in the higher ranks, the total good old boys club, basically. Has nothing to do with like experience or,
well,
Which
do
is
you
further than
guys
that,
remember Venezuela, the technology that we saw where
I,
they had
I was getting ready to say we could do that. Every conflict that we get into, we could do exactly what we did in Venezuela to every one of those if we wanted to. Why don't
Melt.
we?
Well, that's
Just
the
melt
good
their
thing is,
brains.
right, is that we could do way more than that because usually what they show us is 20 years behind what they have, right? That's technology. And I saw demonstrations on this technology like 15 years ago. So the fact that they're just now implementing it, I was like, oh, so they did continue. I just thought they gave up on that path, but no.
If you go by DARPA's logic, what you see prototyped is already 20 years in service. So
yeah.
Yeah, that's basically the concept it's talking about. Like, they reveal new things to us, but to them, they're not new. They've been using them. They know how they work already, etc. And that's very true. And I feel like, you ask, like, why do we not just do this? Well, it's a kind of a dark answer, but I think the truth is because the U.S. has a history of being quite the war machine. And as messed up as it is, war is very profitable for a few select handful of really terrible people. And they just so happen to be in power positions, whether you know that and see them or they're more behind the scenes. So, I mean, I really feel like that's why it's a military-industrial complex, right? Chews people up and spits them out for profit.
Well, America doesn't care about staying as a moral country. It cares about staying as a hegemon. So what we know doesn't mean that, they won't do something immoral in the future, right? Or they don't have a backup plan or like a, you know what I mean? Like a doomsday plan where we really don't know how evil the military could get, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think they depend on that. I mean, what makes the greatest soldier, and I'm not saying it's like this with every soldier, but it's someone who's pliable, who's easily I don't say manipulated, propagandized, maybe who's going to do what they're told. Basically, it's someone who does not think for themselves, at least to a high enough level to be challenging or any type of program as far problem, if I can English, any type of problem as far as insubordination, because that's a soldier that can't be trusted, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Now, before people get offended, I'm not saying that means that every single soldier can't think for themselves. That's not at all what I said. I'm saying the type of people that, if they had it their way, the military-industrial complex would, be feeding into the machine daily are those types of people. And in fact, usually the type that have a strong head on their shoulders are the type that don't make it that far unless they can at least be quiet, not fight too hard against the system, and play along unless it really interferes with their moral compass.
That's fair.
Sure. Was there anything else we wanted to say on that one? Move on to another topic.
I'm good, sir.
Okay. Was there anything we wanted to go to? Is there anybody that had anything suggestion wise? Have we covered the topics on hand, or did we get off onto something else, or are we just moving on to the next one? Why do people perform, or what are we working on now?
Well, can I add something to the speech thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
And Rick kind of reminded me of something. So we use speech in order to maybe hurt or control or this and that and the other thing, but there are certain things that, like, I used the term deviance earlier, right? And Leah used the term degenerate, and there's other words too, like retrobate, right? When I was younger, those words were actually fairly common. And I remember having a conversation with one of my nephew's friends, and he was a lowlife, and I called him a retrobate, and he thought he had no idea what that word meant. Like, he thought I was calling him something political. And I think that's a big problem, is that we're not using our words effectively, and we're not giving the terminology and definitions to words and how they apply. And that, I think, is super, super, super important, because, like, if someone called me a degenerate, I'd be pissed, because I try to live my life good, right?
Sure.
But these words are effective. So speech, the core components of it, have been stripped out of our society.
Right.
That words have almost no meaning, like Nazi, right?
Yeah.
No one's a Nazi today. I'm sorry.
I think you might have to be careful of that word on YouTube. I'm not real sure.
Oh,
but
really?
Yeah, just Nazi or something like that.
But I mean, we're talking about speech, and you can't even say the words in order to express yourself.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
So that's all I have to say on it.
You're good. No, I appreciate that. Was there anybody else that wanted to speak on the speech before we move on to another topic? Okay. So I had to step away, obviously, so I wasn't sure what we had covered.
Before we move on,
go ahead.
I've got to head out in about 5 minutes prior engagement. I apologize.
Sure, not a problem. Anybody's welcome to come and go as they please. But before you do go, do you have anything that you'd like to shout out, channel that you do, or anybody that you'd like to give credit to?
Ted's Tales.
What's that? Sorry.
Taylor Ted's Tales. If you're into the whole conspiracy side of things, they've got a very nice little gimmick. Kind of reminds me of Crypt Keeper kind of vibe.
Interesting. Yeah, I've never even heard of those before. Would you mind typing that in the side chat? Because I'm not real sure exactly how to spell it. And I'll check it out for sure. But yeah, I appreciate you coming onto the panel. You're always welcome back. So if you need to go, just dip whenever you need to or whatever.
I do not have permissions for side chat.
Oh, of course not. Let me fix that real quick before you go here. Hey, Vashmut. Oh, he dropped out. Give me just a sec here.
Oop.
There's Bosch. What up, buddy?
Hey, Vosh.
Should I stay or should I?
I'm wondering why there aren't any cameras amongst how many people up here?
Yeah,
I
right.
have a webcam.
Bosch just got on his camera.
I have no webcam.
I'm
I'm on
old
a desktop
and
PC.
knitting. You don't want to see me.
Nonsense.
You should be able to now, Nate. Oh, you got it. Perfect.
Yes, sir. I will catch
It's
y'all
more
on the next
fun
one.
when you can,
Heck yeah, I appreciate you.
it's more fun when you can see who you're
Oh.
talking to.
Have a good one.
Good seeing you.
Y'all be good.
You too. All right.
Oh, one
welcome
one
in.
out.
Welcome in. All right.
Well, now I want to see what you're knitting.
Who was knitting?
Me, I'm
Oh.
knitting.
Gotcha.
I'm crocheting, so now I want to see what you're knitting.
A scarf.
Fair.
It's a scarf.
We got some unks in here.
What was that?
I said we got some unks in here, some boomers.
Yeah, right. I think all
I mean,
of
I
us.
am old. That's what I just said.
Right.
I know.
Hey, I'm not old.
No,
yeah, I
think
guess you're the only
OJ
one
is
that's not.
youngest.
But anyway, so yeah, okay. So the next prompt in line would be, why do people often perform their opinions instead of genuinely holding them? Since Vashmit, did you have anything to say on the free speech versus hate speech since you're the newest one before we move on?
No, I don't think I do.
Okay.
I don't have anything thought out, at least.
No worries. Okay, so with the next one, why do people often perform their opinions instead of genuinely holding them? Is there anybody that wants some clarification on that, or anybody that wants to put in on that to start? Okay, fair enough. Do we want to move on to the next one?
Yes, please. I don't have much to say on that
It's fair.
one.
Immigration enforcement versus humanitarian responsibility. How about that one? Border security, asylum claims, deportation, and whether current policies help or hurt citizens and migrants. Anybody on that one?
They hurt the citizens.
Yeah.
Shut it down. Shut the border down. No immigrants
I don't
for
understand
a
how.
year. And then when we open it back up, only
I
benefit.
just want to shut it down. I just want to shut it down, and I want to deport them all. That's all I really care.
It's fair.
Yes, the whole you're shutting the border down would be the most beneficial because it's a lot harder. Everybody's like deport them all, but it's not an easy thing to deport millions of people that the past administrations, unfortunately, just let come in here unfettered. Right.
Right.
More important priority is really to just completely lock it down. But me, if I was in charge and it was my perfect world, I would shut it all the way down. I would say absolutely no immigration for a year. Period.
Yeah.
And that would both not have anybody come in here, and it would also discourage, in my personal opinion, future thoughts of immigration. You know, if you come and you can't come in at the border, you probably won't try again soon, et cetera, et cetera. And then only open it back up to people who are going to greatly benefit our society, make it more difficult, make it more expensive. People think that's heartless. If you want to come to the greatest country in the world, you got to pay your way.
Right.
We should have an immigration system maybe more like Japan's. Japan is really hard to get into. It's insane. We should have a system a lot like that. We should also probably close down immigration completely for the next 10, 12 years.
Yeah.
I think 4 isn't enough.
Oh, well, I don't know. 10, 12 years seems like a lot. I mean, I wouldn't be mad at it, but to completely shut it down, I would be okay completely locking it down for a year or a couple of years and then slowly reintroducing it, like only certain programs come back. So you're only having maybe a couple thousand a year instead of 500,000 or 2 million or something crazy.
Yeah.
I get what
Seems
you're
more
saying,
reasonable.
but I'm going to stick with what I'm saying.
Well, because you have to think that good immigrants
Both of you, it's not enough. Not 10 to 12 years, an entire generation of no immigration.
Yep.
An entire generation and deportations. Get them out of here if they're not supposed to be here.
So the way I see it,
nothing worthwhile was ever easy.
Well, and the way I see it,
Second Bosch's motion.
whenever we allow somebody into the country, it's so that we benefit from them, which means they have something to benefit the country. So why aren't they staying in their own country and building that country so that it's not a third world anymore? It's like a second world or something like that. Wouldn't that be more beneficial to the entire world? Like, we give them so much money when they get over here. Like, wouldn't it be better for us to help build those other communities? If big freaking if here, if we're going to give any money at all, wouldn't it be better to allow them to stay in their own community?
So I was talking to a bloke in India, and I was talking to him about this exact thing, and I was like, your schools aren't even accredited the same way that we accredit ours in the West. You know, like, there are some national standards, but you know, there's a lot of people that slip through the cracks or are able to fraudulently get their degrees and stuff. But I said, even the good ones, why are you guys all pro leaving the country? Don't you want to build it up? And they're like, we would much rather go to a already invested in, already made country rather than build up our own.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
It's like the, you know, the old saying about the women staying at the finish line and snagging the winner, right? Same thing with third world countries here. We don't like it with dating. Why would we like it with world leaders here?
Yeah. So if we really want to help build up other nations, wouldn't that be the kind thing to do? Would be to cut off immigration from all of those countries?
Right. And like I think I mentioned on one of my streams, you know, we could even invest without even giving any kind of money. We could give them plans for bridges or things that they don't have infrastructure wise. We don't even have to give them any kind of time with that. That's literally already done. It's in an archive somewhere. We just throw them 20-year-old information, and it's 30 years advanced from what they have or whatever, right? So we don't even have to give them any money. We can just give them information and help build them. But instead, we bring them here and give them thousands of dollars a month to what? What are they essentially doing here? Because if they're not legal, they're not able to pay taxes unless it's on goods and services, which they then purchase, but that's not what we have to pay. Speaking of, you know, income taxes being theft. But
yeah, I will also say with the upcoming AI boom that we're most likely going to see, I mean, you can see, like, in SpaceX, for example, 80% of their future valuation, when people are like, oh, wow, it's going to be valued at 20 billion once it hits the open market and is a publicly traded option. It's like, yeah, but 80% of their entire company future projections are in AI. So you can see that's kind of the direction everything's going in. And from these projections, when you I'm not going to get too into the math, but when you do the GDP per capita, it's actually better for the United States if we don't continue growing in population. It's best if we level off or even decrease slightly. So, you know, a small decrease in population is actually more beneficial for the states at this point.
Yeah.
I personally am not a big fan of AI. I know there's a lot of hope for it. I just don't like where it's currently going. I can see it will have some benefits. Again, as I will say, I just don't like where it's going. I don't like the idea of it replacing people's jobs and so on. I mean, I'm sure everybody here knows this stuff.
So ODJ, I will give you that it creates the extremities, right? So here's an example. When cars were invented, you had more extremities of, like, let's say 10 years prior, you got a little too drunk at a bar and you hopped on your horse. Chances are you're not going to run over another person and, you know, unalive them. But once cars were invented and became more powerful, it did increase that extremity on the negative side. But on the positive side, how much benefit did it do to overall society? And AI is the same way as a tool that people that just completely use it as a crutch and lean on it, their IQ is actually shown to be dropping in you know, younger and younger generations and people born that are using AI. But on the opposite end, people in top engineering firms and stuff like that, and market firms, they are all using AI, and you can actually see an increase. So it's a tool, and it's just dependent on how you use it.
Right. Yeah. But it's like the video that I just put out, I think it was Wednesday, you know, they use an exorbitant amount of water, right? And I guess I just heard a story from Erin Brockovich, which is, I think, a left, isn't she? but she mapped out the data centers, and it's becoming increasingly more evident that these are going in more drought-driven areas rather than where the water is located. So, I'm kind of curious on the panel's thoughts on that too.
I think they should put these data centers by the sea and have seawater purification centers, particularly.
Good to see it's cleaner. Appreciate the engagement, buddy.
Or they should just not have data centers.
Yeah, I think that they should
obviously not an option.
Well, the biggest thing is
they recycle the water.
Right, that's what they say. That's what they tell us.
They can recycle the water. They're just too lazy to.
Yeah.
So there's a few issues. You do have to use fresh water, but a lot of them are actually converting, and this is more recent, to geo-cooling, right? They dig down 200 feet and they use the Earth's temperature to help reduce the temperature.
Which is what I would have done in the beginning.
Right.
Again, what I was saying about fresh
by
water.
The fact that in the initial startup they use a lot of water, but it actually slows down to quite a bit. It's all about how fast the machines in these data centers learn, because then, computation is exponentially smaller. So there's a lot of nuance to the topic. They also, with data centers, they rebuild infrastructure. They replace a lot of electrical lines. And even more so, they're trying to get approval through Trump to start creating their own small-sized nuclear generators using absolute zero technology, with carbon dioxide and stuff like that. And
I'd like to
nitrogen.
see that.
So,
I'd really like to see that happen with nuclear reactors. That would be nice. But what I was saying about seawater, they can purify it and turn it into fresh water.
Yeah, desalination plants. They should be doing a lot more of that.
It takes a lot of energy, though.
It takes a ton, yeah.
It does. But that's a responsibility that they should have to have.
I agree.
Because they're using all our fresh water.
Right, but we also don't...
all this energy...
We also don't want them to be...
Real quick,
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I shouldn't hear you. Go on.
I was just going to say, we have to be extremely careful about the ocean, because every time we desalinate water, we push brine back into the ocean, which is literally making it more salty. So every time that we desalinate a load of water, it makes it the next desalination even more power absorbent, right? It takes more power the next time around to desalinate that water, because it's saltier. It's from that brine that they keep pumping back in. So I think I might have talked to you guys about the line in Dubai. If I haven't, that's an interesting topic that I might be covering. But long story short, Dubai and in the East or wherever it is, they use desalination plants. And I went down the rabbit hole on that. And it basically, they're making the sea more salty. And every time that we have evaporation, our water then goes into the ocean, which is then also saltying the water that we have. So I agree with you about desalination, but we should be focusing on what we should be doing for our agriculture and our drinking water, because again, these data centers are going into heavily drought-filled areas, and we have like 5,000 of them already in place. So how many of these buildings do we really need, considering the rapid increase of technology and the data storage increasingly be getting smaller, right?
Okay, I have a question about
it's logarithmic, so it's honestly insane. I think in 10 years, it's actually, if you look at a company, Marvel, they're actually about to start making contracts with new home builders to start putting 20 or data centers in your house, and you get paid like $20,000 a year, but you have pretty much like a data closet. So they're about to make them small enough to fit into like an office-sized space, and then they're going to pay you a commission for it. So we're actually about to see this go more residential than a commercial side.
Yeah,
I like that.
Contract
no,
now.
I wouldn't.
And at that point in time,
bring up the electricity bill so much.
You strap your jail cell to the outside of your house, because these are all associated with the flock cameras, right? The ALOPRs.
Back to desalination.
Yeah.
So
on desalination,
go ahead.
shouldn't we find a way to reuse this salt, use it for cooking salt or something? I'm sure they can do something with all that salt, right? Other than just put it back into the ocean.
It's a good idea. I don't know on that one. I haven't actually gone down that rabbit hole, but that's a decent
well, that's
idea.
why I ask it.
Mm-hmm.
Are we talking about the data center water?
Yes.
No, so he was referring to the desalination. So, like, for example, in Dubai, I was talking about the desalination. So if we were to desalinate water for the data centers and they use millions of gallons a day or whatever it is, and the desalination would have to then produce that much water, how much salt would we be how much brine would we be producing, and have to do something with that salt. So that's a decent idea. I don't know how salt, iodine or iodized salt comparatively to sea salt is, but I know sea salt is probably better for you.
All right, so here's your answer. No, you cannot desalinate water from data servers because server cooling systems do not use salt water, and the water circulating through servers is typically
Thank you, Dave.
mineralized
Appreciate that.
or fresh water, not saline.
Yeah, that's the other thing. They've got to be.
It's not just.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
They're super picky
it's
about
not
water.
Just water. You go. Go on.
You're good. But yeah, they're super picky about water, the data centers are. Anyway, Leia, I cut you off. Hold on. Leia, do you have anything to say before we get past your topic? If you had anything. All right, fair enough.
Sorry, I had to get back into my phone. Just a minute ago, we were talking about energy, and it always kind of amuses me, I guess you could say, when we discuss energy being close to the ocean, because if being close to the ocean is where we're proposing this, all the energy we would need to like desalinate and do all this hypothetical stuff, obviously, could easily be produced by the ocean itself, right? You could either use like the kinetic energy of the movement of the ocean, or even wind turbines, because there's always wind right there near the ocean, right?
Well,
that's a really good point. I like that idea a lot.
Wind turbines are, I mean, it's like Martha's Vineyard. If there's a failure, the ocean is what gets the most of the hit at that point in time. We really need to be protecting our oceans a lot better. Now, if they were to advance the technology of wind turbines, which probably wouldn't go the right way, but if they were to advance it and it's not fiberglass that they're using in the turbine blades, then maybe it might be beneficial. But if it's still fiberglass that's being used, even the turning of the blades causes wear and tear. Microplastics are then shed into our oceans. And a majority of our air, oxygen comes from algae in the ocean. It's not from the trees on the planet. But the planet trees are obviously a good portion of our oxygen too. So we need to be careful about the oceans.
What do you guys think about moving all the data centers to Greenland?
Well, I'm pretty sure Greenland has their own data centers, and that's the thing is we're the leader in data centers, but we have 5,000 of them already built and another 3,000 in planning. So that's a ton of data centers. When you consider Denmark or whatever has like maybe 500, like that's probably the most somebody else has. But go ahead, ODJ.
5,000. Too many data centers. Get them out of our country. Put them somewhere cold.
Well, again, we need to be reducing them as much as. Sorry, go ahead, Batman. What's up?
I was going to say they can put them in the ocean. China just made one that's in the ocean, and the ocean water going over the facility cools down the data center.
Yeah,
that sounds awesome. That actually, I need to know more about this. What's it called?
But yeah, again, looking at what they do to the water when they dump it, they don't treat it for drinking water again. When they dump the water, it's not drinkable. So are they dumping non-drinkable water back into the ocean at that point in time? Because yeah, that would be the case. So we got to be careful about our oceans. We need to be reducing the data centers. I'm not saying that we can't have any, but 5,000, we need to get them down, and we're not going to get them out of the country because the reason we have them in the country is because it's the new arms race. We are trying to beat Denmark to the AI singularity. So we have to have the most data centers to produce the most. So we have to be pushing back on this. We cannot allow our resources to be consumed like they have been with these data centers. Now, whether they're data centers or whether they're something else, we need to be better about our water consumption, because there's, again, the video I put out, there's 61 areas in the United States, 61% of the United States in drought. That's
So,
majority.
I have info. Go
ahead. No, you go. Go ahead.
I got info on the servers. So there's 2 facilities China's making, one in Hainan, and a larger one off the coast of Shanghai. The Shanghai facility is the one located in Lingang special area. It is 24 megawatt. It is approximately $226 million, houses 2,000 servers approximately, and is powered by 95% by offshore wind energy. They have wind turbines surrounding it, and by using the seawater as natural coolant.
See, that sounds absolutely awesome. We should do that.
It says it eliminates the need for fresh water and reduces land use by over 90%, achieving a power usage effectiveness PUE of 1.15 or lower.
That's pretty good.
I'm curious on the panel, who would take security over freedom? Who would take the police state over your freedom?
Not me. I got guns.
Yeah, I'm tired of giving up my freedoms, guys. And data centers are giving up our
Not
freedoms.
at all. And I don't want someone else determining what safety precautions I need. I'm not the same as the 80-year-old woman next door.
Exactly. The kill switch in our cars being mandatory, and then the flock cameras. And if you don't know what the flock cameras are, I'll probably be covering them before too much longer. But look up automatic license plate readers. And look up the map of them.
Well, those have been a thing for like 15
years. Yep. There's over 100,000 of them in the United States. There's over 100,000 of them.
Sounds like more reason not to buy a new car. Just don't buy a new car at that point.
So yeah, the kill switch for sure, but that's been going on for a little while too. And just recently, there were 16 junkyards that caught on fire. 16 within the last couple weeks. 16 junkyards catching on fire and burning.
Junkyards too.
Yes,
not small, major.
What in a junkyard is going to catch on fire? Because I could be a potato here, but I've never heard of a junkyard catching on fire.
Electric cars.
Well, no. Could be, but you got to understand what the motive is. It's a cutting off of the older parts to keep old cars off the road. Get them off the road quicker by forcing people into the kill switch cars, which leads you to Obama's movie.
Yeah,
which is what they're trying to do.
Yeah, pretty much.
Thank you, Obama.
Yeah, but
Thanks, Obama.
Yeah, going back to the flock cameras and Palantir. If you don't know about Palantir, that's another subject that needs to be talked about more often. The flock cameras are directly tied to Palantir. Now, does anybody know the reference of Palantir?
Well, anybody that's Lord of the Rings.
There you go. What in Lord of the Rings? Hold on. What?
The crystal ball that they look through to see Sauron's plans.
Correct.
And Saruman uses it.
The all-seeing eye. Right? The one that sees everything is...
The all-seeing eye is the tower.
Right, but...
That's the tower. The Palantir is different.
That's fair.
Of course, the nerd would know this.
Right, yeah, see, I'm not as much of a nerd, I guess. Long story short, they named their company after an evil entity that keeps an eye on everything. And now we have ALPRs coming out in groves. Like I said, there are 100,000 of these across the United States, more on the East Coast than on the West, but they're getting extremely potent across the West Coast now too. Now, I heard a story just recently of a little young woman that got a $1,251 fine for having her phone down in her lap while both hands were on the steering wheel. So what did she get fined for? But $1,251 from these ALPRs.
ALPRs are trash. That's all.
Welcome in, Miss K. Appreciate the engagement.
I know very little about them other than their automatic detection systems of sorts, and they suck.
Yeah. So what they are is they're labeled as automatic license plate readers, but what they do is they pick up any kind of identifying marks on your vehicle, roof rack, certain bumper stickers, anything like that. It picks it up and it keeps tabs on you to build a profile on you. Whether that profile is to use for selling you things, or whether that's a more bad option down the line. We don't want them building profile. Right. Profiling is wrong, I thought. So why are they trying to do it to us?
Yeah, I thought profile was wrong. You can't racial profile, can you? They shouldn't be able to do that either.
That's group profiling. If you're individually profiling, it's not bigotry.
Yeah.
Shut up. Stop trying to disprove my point.
But every time they implement
the devil's advocate thing.
Yeah. Every time they implement more AI.
Bonsais, not bigger trees.
What was that, Homestead?
I was making a pun. I said I like bonsais, not bigger trees.
Oh, I got you. That's fair. So yeah, we definitely need to be talking more about the hazards that are associated. Again, if Aaron Brockovich's map is correct and they're dropping these AI data centers into heavily drought areas, which is pretty evident. The more and more I look into it, the more I see it myself. And again, 61% of the United States is in drought. That's a lot of territory for them to cover with these. So we need to be careful of our water, because once the water is gone, what do we have?
And it's only going to get worse. I don't know if you know, but we're about to go into a super El Nino, which is going to make for drought conditions and extreme storms.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up,
We've been
actually.
in a drought for a while.
Exactly.
I've been getting like practically no rain at my house for the past few months.
Yeah. Yeah, so we have cloud seeding is a thing. I don't know why it hasn't become not a conspiracy theory yet, but it is a thing. It is a well-known thing. You can Google this. Google will tell you about it. So we have people cloud seeding across the world. They get the rain that you should be getting, because where is this rain going?
Video on this, by the way.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
So yeah, if you don't know that Leo Bobea has her own channel, definitely check that out. Keep that in mind that she'll be covering that, because that definitely needs to be talked about more.
I wasn't trying to plug, Tater.
No, I plugged you.
I wasn't trying to plug.
Don't worry, I plugged you.
No, I'm actually really interested in this. So go ahead and then I have fun.
Yeah, no, you're good. So that's just it. Is I've been a conspiracy theorist for a long time, and cloud seeding has been a thing since the 70s. Even before that.
60s that we know.
60s. Thank you very much. So that it was used in military applications to begin with. No, Dave, it's not a conspiracy. Well, yes, it is a conspiracy. So, sorry. So that's the funny thing is, I appreciate you, Dave. A lot of people have made conspiracy the theory, right? Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. It's just a conspiracy. No, a conspiracy is an actual thing. The theory is the problem. It's no longer a theory when there's facts behind it. And there's many facts behind cloud seeding. So like she mentioned, back in the 60s, we were using it for military applications. Silver iodide is what they spray into the clouds to cause the condensation or whatever it does to then force the rain in that area. There is speculations, obviously just speculations, that this is what caused that flood that was like 14-foot wall of water on July 4th in Texas.
Yes, in Texas.
Yep.
Yes.
There's a lot of speculation. So we definitely need to be talking about this more, because every time they cloud seed in an area that doesn't get rain before and did now, it is taking that rain from somewhere else in the closed system that the world is. So that's kind of all I had on it. Leia, if you want to put your 2 cents in on it. If you don't, that's fine.
Absolutely, yeah. Everything you've said so far is true. And also, there's this guy,
Thanks, Dave.
Augustus.
Sorry about that.
I cannot recall his last name,
I
but
don't
if
know
you
what I
look
was
up,
thinking.
say, Joe Rogan, Augustus Rainmaker, he's the founder of this company that does cloud seeding called Rainmaker. He is actually the one that seeded the
Yes.
clouds before the Texas flood. And it
Yes.
was such a thing, it became such a thing because that he went on Joe Rogan 2 weeks or so before the flood, and people were calling him out to such a degree, he actually ended up going back on Joe Rogan like 4 days after the flood to basically do damage control. Like, we
Really?
didn't do it. We swear it's not our fault, which is just wild. Was it Sean Ryan?
Yeah, that.
It was on Sean Ryan. Yeah.
Thank you, babe. Okay, sorry, Sean Ryan, not Joe Rogan. Thank you, Derek. And
Oh, that would explain
no,
it,
you're
yeah.
right. It was Sean
He
Ryan.
did do a episode on Joe Rogan, but he went
Did he?
on Sean Ryan and was
And then
talking
went
about
back
the
on.
Texas stuff, and then came back on and was like,
Yeah,
"Hey,
yeah,
hey,
Dave.
that was
It's been a
gross."
long day. I
Yeah,
read it
that
wrong.
fella, which was wild. But yeah, cloud seeding is it's been a whole thing because they've been doing it that we know of since the 60s. Like, this is since they have admitted it, but they didn't even
Right.
start admitting they were doing it back then until the past couple of years. We've suspected they've been doing it, and they denied it until like 4 or 5 years ago, maybe. And they're like, "Oh yeah, and we've been doing it since the 60s." Like,
Yeah.
oh,
Wow.
thanks so much, you know.
Yeah,
So it's been
exactly.
kind of a wild and crazy ride. And we know that they can do certain things, like they can use the silver iodide, and there's like 2 or 3 other, basically like metallic or chrome composites. I forget. There's a word for it, like the little particles, nanoparticle, metal,
Isn't
whatever
some
it's
of it
called, that they can
aluminum?
use.
Yes.
Doesn't it sound
I don't think
expensive?
aluminum.
Radiated aluminum.
Sounds like maybe so. There's a couple things that are very, very toxic
Sounds
to people
really
that
expensive.
they're approved to
Barium.
use.
Barium is
Oh,
one of them.
Yeah. Barium. Yeah. That's the one I was thinking of.
Yep.
And they're approved to use all these things that are like known to be toxic to people, and which already drives me crazy in and of itself. And you can see, like, they register with NOAA. They're supposed to register every single flight. I highly, highly doubt they do. But you can go into NOAA, like the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association or whatever it is, and actually track a bunch of them. They do actually turn in a bunch of them, and I've looked. I actually downloaded a whole bunch of them because, like I said, I was planning on doing a video after I saw those Rainmaker episodes of Sean Ryan because it really interested me and kind of freaked me out. And I downloaded a bunch of them, and it's just crazy. Like, there are several states where it's obvious they're
Hey, Rex. Good to see you.
doing a
see you.
lot of
Appreciate
it,
the
like
engagement.
Idaho, Colorado, Texas, California, strangely enough.
Right.
And that you can track within like a couple of weeks to a couple of like major floods and disasters, which is scary.
Yep.
Well, you know what's even more scary? There's a guy. I don't know his name. What's his? Palmer Luckey. You know who Palmer Luckey is? So if anybody knows, Palmer Luckey's the guy who's basically making all the tech that is eventually going to be iterated into the drones, the robots, the overseers, basically. And he just went on Joe Rogan and revealed that he made hive mind vision for everyone, where every single person and drone.
Thank you for that,
and
Rex.
camera
Appreciate
that we
you.
have
If anybody
is
doesn't know,
connected
Rex has
now,
his own show as well.
and literally
I'm
they
going
put
sub
on
to him as well.
glasses now, so any person can put on these glasses, and say a plane or drone sees a bunch of people on the ground. Now your glasses literally show them through walls, through trees, through everything.
Yep.
As long as the camera sees them, you're spotted. They literally put battlefield red dot. You know,
coming from the person that tells
Well,
everybody
they don't
else
even
what to
need
do, right, Dave?
cameras. They can view movement and the layout of your house
Well,
just
through
through your
Wi-Fi,
Wi-Fi
yeah.
signal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
You
Wi-Fi
can
signal
combat
is
that with the lead
mapping it.
paints and copper paints and stuff.
Yep, those blocked the signals.
But the big thing is, especially with all the drones, I literally see drones fly over neighborhoods. I saw one last weekend, just at like 3 a.m, driving home from the store. went out to get a late night drink because I don't have nothing at my house, and I'm driving back from the store. Drone just slowly coming across my entire neighborhood. What is a drone doing flying around at 3 a.m. in the suburbs?
You right?
Where no crime
Probably
happens,
mapping.
by the way. No crime happens.
Right? Yeah, exactly. It's getting to be a police state, and we need to be pushing back on it somehow because we cannot allow that to happen. We're going to turn into China or the next Germany. We don't want that to happen. We the people, for the people, by the people. So why did it become not for the people anymore?
We're scared.
Right? And now it's gotten to be
Corporate interest.
right. Yeah. Yeah. Now it's
We have an oligarchy.
right.
That's what we've devolved into. It's an oligarchy. It's global, and unless people just push back, I mean, I think we were talking about this last week about like how BlackRock and Vanguard and like all the financial instruments that are utilized against us, and more and more and more of
Hey,
our
Chaos Theory.
food,
Good to
our
see you.
technology,
Appreciate the
our
engagement. Hope you're doing all right.
transportation is all being funneled into fewer and fewer and fewer hands. And by definition, that is not capitalism. It's basically corporate oligarchy. And now they've entered into the technocracy, right? I don't know.
The real question is it inevitable that we end up something of a technocratic autocracy, basically?
I think that
so.
everything that we see, everything that we hear in the news, read in the newspapers, magazines, I don't care what it is, that isn't for us. That's for the future. That's 20 years in the future, 25 years in the future. And the reason why I say that is because if you talk to, say, a Gen Z or a Gen Alpha, they have no working knowledge of the 90s. They don't know what went on in the 90s or the 80s, right? So if you think about it, when people look back, right, and they control through, the digital Internet of Things, right? The informational superhighway is what I was sold on. That's all controlled, right? So they can manipulate, they can change, they can edit, they can do whatever they want to create the viewer to arrive at whatever outcome they want. And I think that's what's going on. I think that our society is slowly transitioning. So when we do have we'll say, axe fall or the hammer fall on us, it's going to be completely accepted because you can't control 300 million people. You can't control global populations, but you can control the way they think. And that's exactly what's going on.
Yeah. Did anybody
Yeah, I
else
can
have
agree with
anything?
that.
Yeah. Okay.
But as far as the water issue is concerned, I think that's why Elon Musk is wanting to put the data centers on the moon, because you can mine your own hydrogen there, and there's your cooling system right there.
That would be
I have a bad
Plus, it doesn't
feeling
take up
about
real
that.
estate.
interesting. I'm curious how the data transmission would go with that.
That's my
just like the red phone with Nixon on the moon.
Yeah.
Same way.
Yeah.
Same exact way.
Just pick up a phone, somebody rings, and the data's there. That's how that's gonna work.
Yeah, right. Have to go back to the 60s
No delay
technology.
whatsoever.
I will never.
Once
I
you
know,
get
right?
into
Chaos,
quantum
it has been
communication
a fast
capabilities,
week.
It'll be instantaneous anyway.
Yeah.
I don't like
Time
that
can
word.
chill anytime now. Yeah, seriously though.
I heard it in a video game, and it was goopy.
You're right.
Well, the reality of it is a lot of fun, actually. And Well, how do I
I know
want to put this?
nothing about it.
Uh,
My
it's
knowledge
spooky
on
action
that
at a
topic
distance.
is non-existent.
my only question is,
Yeah, me too. Hopefully, it's a decent turnout this Sunday. Wasn't
the
the
Van
greatest
Allen
last
belt.
Sunday.
How do you get through that?
That's not enough radiation to actually harm you, especially if you go towards the poles.
Only
Or,
if
no,
you
I'm
go
sorry,
through the
other
pole.
way around. Only if you go through the poles. Yeah.
Correct. And I'm pretty sure we launched from where? Florida?
Yeah, closest to the
Every time.
equator as possible, because that's where it's easiest to get off of the planet. Same
Right,
reason why
which
if
is
you
where
were
the
to
most
build
of the
a space
radiation is?
elevator. No. That's where the least amount of radiation is.
Where the poles
The
are,
most
right?
amount, where the poles are, yes, the top and bottom of the planet. We're at the equator launching everything.
Correct.
That's where the least amount of radiation is. So that amount of radiation is actually relatively safe.
No, the poles is where the least amount
Right,
of
Dave?
radiation is.
Yeah, get on that.
That's
I'm
where
just,
it's safe.
just
The
kidding.
donuts around us. That's what science I know. It's a donut around us, and the poles are the only two places where it's safe. And then we launch from Florida every year, or whatever, and we say, "Yeah, we got through that radiation, no problem."
I heard
Yeah,
an
I think
explanation.
it's the other way around, but
It might be. I still don't know how you go from 5,000 miles an hour back down to 500 miles an hour and don't become
Right.
jelly either.
air resistance, gradual descent. I mean, I've played enough Kerbal Space Program to know it intuitively, but I mean, there's ways to do it. I mean, just because it's complicated doesn't mean it's impossible.
No, I agree.
I doubted the moon landing for a very, very long time because of things like the Van Allen belt argument. But then I got my hands on a really nice telescope, and you can actually spot the landing site if you get it on there right. So, yeah, we've been there, guys.
Even a
Yeah, Dave, he's
crappy
talking about the
telescope is really
and
fun.
Van
And
Allen.
you can see a lot of stuff. I have one, and it's pretty bad. But it's fun to play around with. That stuff up there is really cool.
Oh yeah, looking at all the stars and
Hey,
stuff.
JB,
Trying
good
get
to
my
see
teeth
you.
into it, man.
Appreciate
But they
the
just won't sit
engagement, man.
still. They keep knocking the telescope. As soon as I get it centered on the moon, I'm just like, guys, you would really love this if you would just stop.
I have a really nice telescope in my basement. It's one of the ones that has an old computer port, and I have no clue how to use it. But I also have this shitty one that I actually know how to use.
Send me pictures of that port. I might be able to help you with that.
I will have to find it. When I find it, I will.
Well, I'm going to stick with, they faked the moon, the whole thing.
Okay.
It's all conspiracy.
Just because we've actually been there doesn't mean that the videos and stuff wasn't faked.
No, I know.
That is true.
No, they absolutely. Well, I think what they did was, just in case, they crashed. I mean, this was proposed. If they crashed and they all died, then that would have been a horror show. But I think they did the videos to so they didn't have any technical difficulties, and they saw how perfect everything was. But I was watching a guy who's a professional photographer, and he was talking about the Hasselblad camera, but moreover, he was talking about the film. And the film that was used in the cameras, he claimed wouldn't have survived the journey. Never mind the daytime and cold temperatures that the film would have been exposed to on the moon. So
thanks for joining, Jay. If you're watching,
they did.
Appreciate you.
They
Sorry I didn't get much to talk about tonight.
Photos. And there's a lot of evidence to support that. Now, whether they made it there or not, who knows? But why they couldn't be honest with
What do you mean, Dave?
The
who knows about telescopes?
World about
what do you mean?
The problems that they encountered, like the technical difficulties with the film and the cameras, and just the dust alone was a real issue as well. And they were talking about how sticky the dust was. Well, the dust never stuck to the lens of the cameras, and that's another point that the photographer brought up. I'm trying to think of his name. He's a Japanese dude, but
Well,
I
that's
don't
why.
know.
That's
Well,
exactly why.
maybe
He just wants to make America look small.
I don't know. I mean, like I don't know if you guys saw the recent Indian moon landing, and it seriously looked like something right out of the 1970s, Saturday morning cartoons. I mean, it was a joke, dude, right? I don't know. There's some things about, we'll say, space that are very questionable. But like, why don't they just give the reasonings behind it?
I
Dude,
got
it's
you.
been
I
50
think it's
years,
Vosh.
since we went to
I
the
think that's
moon.
what he's
So,
referring to here.
like, yeah, okay, if we did get there, right, then let's just own it, man. But they're not. They're not owning it. They're still deceiving us on some major things. And why is that? And is that all part of the, we'll say, greater grand conspiracy of our own government, right? Like, everything is a conspiracy now, and nobody trusts the government. And no matter what you do or say, it just, like, how do you justify their actions? So that's my thinking about the moon landing and all that stuff.
Hey, Smedley, I got one question for you.
Good.
Do you think it's made of cheese?
I was told that when I was in kindergarten.
Good question,
It was
JB.
made of cheese. Yep.
Well, it's in
Green-
grommet. It's classic.
green
And if you
cheese.
don't believe it's cheese, you are the psyop, and I do not like you anymore.
Okay, can I do some
saying,
simple math here?
Yeah, it's a good
real quick
question, Helmstead.
for us. Just do
Go
a
ahead.
little fun experiment here.
Go ahead, Batman.
All right, here's some.
Hey,
facts
Static Age Show.
from
Good to
the,
see you. Good to see you.
From our
Appreciate the
NASA
engagement.
friends, okay? All right, so Artemis 2, loss of communication 6 minutes during the re-entry. Entry speed 24,000 miles, 664 miles per hour. Decreased in 6 minutes to 350 miles per hour to parachute deploy. That is a total of 3,994 miles per minute decreasing. Can the human body survive decreasing, can the human body survive a speed of 3,994 miles per hour per minute? No, a human cannot survive an acceleration of 3,994 miles per hour per minute. This rate equates to approximately 17.9 Gs of sustained acceleration, which is well beyond human body's tolerance and limits. Well, NASA,
I'm so sorry, but
biology
can you
beats you.
look up the F-35 from standstill to maximum speed? Because I bet you it's like 1,500 miles an hour in less than 30 seconds.
Yeah.
What is it?
Like the
F-35.
F-35 from 0 to Mach 2 or Mach 3, right? Or like the Blackbird. Search up the Blackbird, how quickly it went up to speed, right? I bet you that 7 Gs is something that you can train to go well beyond.
It is.
No, you can't.
It's actually
not
only
7
Mach
Gs, no.
1.6 is its max speed. So not even close.
Yes, but
Don't the
speed of
ones
acceleration.
don't those like Blue Wing pilots or Blue Angels, don't they pull like 9 Gs when they're doing space show or air shows?
Only for
Yes.
seconds. For seconds.
Yeah, and it
Not
wears
a
on their
minute.
body pretty good for that few seconds.
We're talking about 6 solid minutes of steady 4,000 miles an hour on your human body.
I think that's possible.
And then be able
Yeah,
to walk
Well,
right
wouldn't they
after?
likely just pass out as well? I mean, the human body can only take so much, right?
Right.
Bro, they
Even if
literally
you're a
landed
pro.
and then walked
Sorry, I
around the
jumped
bump.
in. I just wanted to say there's designated flight suits. All right, have to go.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
that. Thank you.
Welcome, Havers. Good to see you.
The SR-71. Sorry, I jumped in because I know this topic very well. And I didn't mean to jump the line, but I just want to say the SR-71 Blackbird, they have special suits.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. I wish
Yeah,
you
and
could
they're
stay
really
longer because we
expensive,
could have
and
a
they have
conversation
to.
about that.
Yeah, well, I'm
They
just
have
saying,
to have
so like the
them fitted.
SR-71 Blackbird, the one right here housed in Merced Castle Air Museum here, they have the designated flight suit on display to handle the G's. Oh, yes, the human body might not be able to handle like the 9 or 7 G's, but like similar to astronauts, they're in a full space suit where they're in these things. Even F-35 pilots have a unique suit, just like the F-22s, to handle the G's of the
Correct.
vectoring engine.
Correct.
So I just wanted to be very
looked
clear.
that up to check if the astronaut suit would save you. The answer is still no. The answer to it is they survive because they reach that speed gradually with low tolerable acceleration. Come with their national story, 6 minutes, 24,000 miles to 350 miles per hour. That tells you that is a lie.
And I
Okay, so
also just
some
point out that the
Eh.
initial braking, well, it's a logarithmic on G's, right? So like the initial force is that 7 G's, but then it'll actually, because you are moving at a consistent speed with that craft through the air, you will actually decrease logarithmically. So you may still be decreasing at 3,000 miles per hour, but after a minute, it may only be 3 G's.
You're right.
I know I am.
believe I
Thank you.
looked this up before.
Hey, welcome,
Found
Bert.
something similar.
I think you
to
might
that.
be new. Appreciate the engagement.
All right, well, I
This
just
is
knew
a
about the
very
suits.
Hope to
I'll
keep
go
you
back
around.
to listening. Sorry for interrupting abruptly. So
no
You're good.
interruption.
You're good, Avarice.
Thank you,
You're
April.
welcome anytime. All right. So yeah. So it kind of took us down the rabbit hole there. I didn't necessarily mean to get off.
Here's your answer
topics
to
per se.
the
Yeah,
to the
didn't this
18
start with
Gs,
immigration?
I know, right?
Just to finish that real quick, the 18 Gs, the human body can only sustain that for 0.04 seconds. So even if they hit it for a minute and then dropped to 3, they would all be jelly.
Okay, can you
Can
tell
I
me
just
who
point
said
out
that?
you said 18, so can you do a math equation right? What is 7 times your body weight and do 18 times your body weight and just see the exponential difference there? Well, not exponential difference, but it's an insane difference that you're talking about. When you're talking 7 to 10, that's 3 more of your body weight, right? So that might be 400 pounds. When you're talking from 7 to 18, you're talking about 10,000 pounds, right? Like it's an insane difference.
I'm just going off numbers that NASA give us.
Right. Well, a 1G is 1 of Earth's gravity. So, like, can you just do the math? I'm sorry, I'm driving, but like what's 7 times 150 pounds and then 18 times 150 pounds? Because it's massively different.
7 times 8. 7 times 150. Sorry.
Yeah, astronauts tend to be a little shorter, I think. So I was just going.
So that's 1,050 pounds.
And then do 18 times 150.
Yep, 2,700 pounds.
A massive difference of what's being pressed onto your face and across your body, right? So, like, 7 Gs, I see. 18 Gs, no.
Yeah, right. So there's no way NASA can say we did that. We hit 18 Gs. We did those numbers between the time of re-entry, and everyone made it peachy keen. There was no steam when the thing hit the ground, hit the water, excuse me. But it's super hot, yet it cooled off really quickly. Took a few minutes for it to cool down.
Well, just to push the conspiracy, not saying I believe any of it, but just to push it, you do remember when Katy Perry and all the feminists went quote unquote in
bro,
the
that was
space,
the
and then they
craziest
accidentally
thing.
opened the door. Yeah, then they accidentally
Inside,
opened the door from the
yeah.
inside. They accidentally opened the door from the inside, which you're not supposed to be able to do. Whoops.
How about all the duct tape around the NASA windows that they love to show off in videos?
Hey, duct tape is good.
Yeah, for the vacuum of space and high pressure, definitely.
I mean, it might be.
But if it holds water, God forbid
It's
you
literally
put
made for
liquid.
HVAC systems. It's made to be airtight. That's what it's
I was
for.
going to say, you're talking about as well the difference between a vacuum
Like you, Bob.
versus non-vacuum, right, and a pressurized system. So there's obviously some science to it and tactile, right?
Well, isn't the cold in space something like I don't know,
Old.
200 degrees
So
below zero or more?
Because there's no oxygen, metals will automatically fuse and weld themselves together. So you do actually need something like a duct tape or a barrier between different things. Otherwise, they will fuse together and you won't be able to get out when you re-enter.
Yeah, that how does the duct tape survive that kind of environment, though? Right?
I mean,
I
it
don't
just has
know.
to
If it
handle
does,
the
it
heat
does.
and the cold.
Well, like I've seen liquid nitrogen, and they dip stuff into the liquid nitrogen. They'd pull it out, and it would be so brittle it just disintegrate with the slightest touch.
Yes, but that's
So-
the difference between nitrogen and a vacuum. So there's nothing for it to freeze to. There's no condensation happening. There's nothing to make it brittle. It's not going to freeze like that. Like if your exposed body was there, the moisture in your skin is what's going to freeze.
What about the moisture in the glue adhesive itself?
What moisture?
I mean, adhesive is moisture, isn't it? Silicones, it's stuff that can freeze.
Well, no, silicone's what they... Oh, I don't know enough about it to really argue it, so I'm going to drop it.
Mart, don't argue what you don't know.
Yep.
What? You don't know something? Shock and
I know.
awe.
It's hard to believe. I know.
I only go from what I see when I work. I'm a maintenance guy. I work with tape all the time, blow torches, all sorts of stuff, dude. Blowtorch will go right through duct tape, no problem.
Of course
if
it will.
you put
It's fire.
duct tape in something
like
cold
plastic.
enough, it's gonna freeze. Yeah.
Duct tape is
So
plastic. Fire is
re-entry-
fire. Fire
No,
melts
I
plastic.
get that. So if we're using duct tape on the outside of a spacecraft and it's going through thousands of degrees of heat going out of space and into the Earth, right? How is that surviving that if it's not surviving my blowtorch at work?
How much will you need
Well,
that
it's
duct tape
probably
to get
not.
back in the
Do you think-
atmosphere?
Do you think NASA is using duct tape, brand duct tape off of like the Menards shelf? Come on, guys. It's probably 20 grand a roll, right? Like it's a completely different level of playing field we're talking about here.
That's true. Probably like carbon
Most of our
fiber duct
military
tape or something
innovations in
crazy.
the past came from NASA, right? Like our intelligence, our ability to understand rockets that led to like missiles and stuff like that. It all come from NASA. Even Velcro came from NASA. So, you know, if you think the military is ahead, do you think NASA's not ahead with duct tape?
Wait, Velcro came from NASA? Are you sure about that one?
Still talking about the same company
Yeah,
that
it
lost
actually
all the
was
technology
invented-
that got it to the moon? The same
So,
NASA we're talking about?
Velcro was invented as a nose scratcher inside spacesuits because spacemen needed a way to itch their nose without being able to, you know, obviously put their hand to it. So they invented Velcro, and then they realized, oh, certain fabrics stick to it.
Yeah. There's no way I'm believing that story.
That's
That's a good troll,
Look it
though.
up.
That's funny.
But we went there, though.
Look it up.
I mean, it's not completely unbelievable, but I really doubt it.
Well, I want to get back to the trust in NASA, right? So, Warner von Braun, right? So he's a lead Nazi scientist come over from Operation Paperclip.
TOS.
Did I?
Yeah, be careful of that.
Really?
Nazi,
Yahtzee.
bro. You say
Yahtzee.
Nazi.
Yeah. Okay.
Or say Yahtzee.
All right. I'll just shut up.
I know. Trust me, I know the feeling. I've been trying to figure out what's all needing to be avoided, and every day I learn something new. So don't feel too bad about it. But yeah, it's an interesting rabbit hole there too, for sure.
I agree, Smedley. I feel like I just need to shut up half the time because I'm afraid TOS is going to have a new rule out that I don't even know.
Right. Well, and that's just it. Is there's a lot of times that I don't think that they have a published list of stuff that you're not supposed to say and stuff. So, hey, cool Vic.
It's arbitrary.
What's that? Sorry.
But no.
Hey, cool Vic. Appreciate the engagement, man.
Are arbitrary. They just
Oh,
I think
it's
they
arbitrary.
just work
Yeah.
off the seat of their pants.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they do. Yeah. Dave, if you're in the chat, would you mind dropping the? I'm not sure what you use. Kit Cool. I think you use Cash App. You'd drop the Cash App link in the chat for Cool. I'd appreciate it, Dave, and I appreciate you, Vic. And if anybody in the chat doesn't know, Cool Vic has his own channel. I try to shout him out whenever I can, and since he's here, just give him some love if you don't know about him already. JB says he feels like he's listening to Stoner Conspiracy Theory guy. It's kind of funny how dumb this is. All right, fair enough. Emmett, appreciate
Hey, Emmett,
you
it's good
joining
to
the
see you too.
joining the panel.
Hey.
How are you?
Hello, everybody. I'm doing fine. How are you guys doing?
Good. You have anything to say since you're just jumped in?
Yeah, it's
Thank you very much, Dave.
There's a difference between duct tape and whatever NASA is using. It has to do with materials and the way that glue works. It's not the same kind of material. Even have you ever done Warhammer? Because there's different kinds of glues even for that, so it's very similar to that. They have different materials. It's not like basic stuff.
Yeah.
And the reason why they use it is not necessarily it's not the main thing that's going to keep things together. They're probably using as an extra layer of protection, which I think is perfectly understandable if you're going to go to unhospitable land.
Right. Fair.
Yeah.
Hey, Emmett, do you think the moon is made of cheese?
Yes, especially on Sundays.
Especially on
Tuesdays,
Sundays.
it's made out of white sand, and sometimes on Tuesdays you can look at it in a special angle, and it has diamonds sprinkled on it. It's pretty nice.
When it's red, it's because the moon gods are angry at us.
No, I only believe in one god, so it's not because it's just
I know,
that
that was a joke.
the rats get very angry and just open their eyes on that time. You can see their
Yeah, thank you for dropping that, Dave. If in the chat doesn't know Emmett has his own channel, go check that out. And Cool Vic, I'm pretty sure he should be down in the description, or should be at least. I don't know if he
that's
is.
actually my craziest conspiracy theory is that the moon is a spaceship. And my evidence of this is the fact that it rung like a bell when we essentially crashed a satellite into it.
Alrighty then.
Thank you very much, Vic. I really appreciate that, man.
And
I can't wait till I'm monetized too, brother.
The movie Moonfall came out, so
can't wait to build everybody with me.
Oh, I
appreciate you, Dave.
Moonfall. That was an awesome movie.
Yeah, I
it was a good movie though.
The reason why we can't see the other side of the moon is because.
Heck yeah! Thank you very much, brother. Cannot tell you how much I appreciate that.
So I agree with you. They do use special adhesives, and I just looked them up. The hottest one they have is Supreme 10 HT, which has a range of 4K to 400 degrees Fahrenheit. That's the highest one they have. And then I did a search of how hot did the Artemis 2 get on reentry. It said 2,760 degrees Celsius, which is over 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So hotter than their own hottest glue.
Well, it's not the glue, right? That's not what you want to be hot. That's why you have the plate. That's what you have.
I get that's not
it's
going to
not
be
like the whole
outside,
and I get
right?
5,000 degrees because you burnt the people inside to death. So I don't think that's the idea.
But it's just weird. They have so my real point is it's weird that they give such contradictory information and then go.
Yeah, have you seen this? Have you seen the
sea?
The sea sometimes looks green. It's fucking weird. I don't like that. I like it blue. I don't know why the fucking sea has to be green sometimes. I don't like it.
Well, it's because there's more greenery on the earth now.
Yeah,
it's the algae.
Must be no. I think it's the Mexicans.
Jesus,
the Mexicans going into the sea, making it green.
Also, there's a haze effect that happens with mountains. Like the
Hey,
further you get
Barn,
away
good to
from
see you.
green mountains, they
Appreciate the
look
engagement.
blue.
Appreciate the
Maybe
everything that
there's
you do
something
to
there.
try to keep us all fed as well. If you don't know, Barn has his own channel as well, doing shorts about farm content. Give him some love if you can.
But
Good
I
guy.
understand the differences. For
Yeah,
example,
duct tape is good for everything, isn't it?
It can
Duct
get
tape
very,
and
very
bale and twine.
hot, but this is why you use specific materials that are able to resist heat and are very non-conductive. And that's the reason why they have those specific plates, mostly ceramic, and they get really, really
You
hot,
guys are
especially
funny.
in re-entry because of the friction. But that doesn't mean that it's transferring heat to other sides of the space.
Yeah, if you're watching, share the stream. Let's get some eyes on this. Let's have some
It
fun.
also has to do with the
I don't know if we'll shut
angle
this
of
down or not,
entry.
but-
So there's certain parts of the ship that
Leave this
have
going for a little
heat
while?
panels on them. And that's not where you're going to find the duct tape. That's where all the temperature is going to be. So those panels are absorbing that energy and dissipating it. And the rest of the ship that's not impacting the atmosphere is not reaching those temperatures. So that duct tape doesn't actually hit those temperatures.
Yeah. The duct tape is inside. It shouldn't reach temperatures.
Yeah, it should never be on the outside.
Thank you for that, Dave.
Above
I-
what
I get-
we can sustain, otherwise we would die with the duct tape.
With me, I would put it on both sides just to be safe. But that's just me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, more duct tape is always better.
I always
If it's
put
supposed
duct
to
tape
move
on the.
and it doesn't, WD-40. And if it doesn't move and it's supposed to, or
That's
if
the
it
rule.
moves and it's not supposed to, duct tape.
Duct tape. Yep.
Yeah.
Good.
Whenever I want to use, the flamer, I always put duct tape where the flame is supposed to come from, so that I am sure that it's gonna work. What do
Yeah,
you
it
want,
burns
Ken?
off where you need it to.
I tell you what,
Yeah.
as a survival thing, wrap some duct tape around a lighter. Duct tape is a very good fire starter.
Oh yeah, it's
Just a random heads
extremely flammable. Dave says Gorilla Tape is better. I don't know what that's in reference
Amen.
to or not, but yeah, it's killer stuff. That's what I usually use. It's got some stickiness to it,
Obviously, the best is flex tape. It fixes leaks too.
right?
Oh yeah, flex
I like
tape is
duct-
really good. Like you can fix holes on canoes and stuff with it. You can just patch it with that.
Cat-
It's really good.
Kat says in the chat, she says panel's distrust of duct tape makes me sad.
I will
Yeah.
trust duct tape with my life.
Same.
Right?
I trust
Same.
duct tape, just not NASA.
Imagine being able to create a duct tape
Seriously,
that's gonna save
JB,
lives,
seriously.
and you're like, nah.
Right, Vic?
No
Duct tape
life
fixes
saving.
all.
I don't
That's
trust
right.
it.
I trust duct tape more than Band-Aids.
Makes
Yes.
sense. Barn makes sense.
Yeah,
You trust
duct
it
tape
more
and
than
super
NASA,
glue.
though?
That's the only
Barn-
bandage you need.
Barn says
That's
in
what
the
I'm saying.
Barn in the chat says gorillas are stronger than ducks, so it makes sense that gorilla tape is better than duct tape.
What about shark tape,
True.
though? By that logic, then. Who wins in that?
Shark
They
tape?
actually make T-Rex tape
Yeah,
now.
there's shark tape now. They have shark and gorilla
Oh, I gotta
tape.
get that.
I might have to check that out.
Tape
See.
is terrible.
Pretty sure. I saw it at Home Depot.
The adhesive alone, the adhesive alone lasts 20 years.
Yeah.
It the tape itself doesn't, but the adhesive does.
I'm wrong. There is no shark tape.
Fair
There you go.
enough. Fair
Someone
enough.
start shark tape.
But I'm pretty sure there is a T-Rex tape. I want to say somebody said something about that. Anyway,
Something like that. Yeah, I thought it was shark tape.
yeah.
But yeah, it might be T-Rex tape.
But anyway, so
So to piss people off, so evolution.
about
That's funny.
It's just to piss people
What about the Fugazi shit? What about it?
Fugazi.
Oh God.
About evolution? I don't know. It's like, do you believe in evolution?
No.
I don't think anybody on the panel. Well, yeah, maybe a
You
little
really
bit.
think you came from
I
a
don't.
fish?
Or came from a fish? What do you mean by that?
Fish people?
No, I don't think fish are people. I, in fact, believe that they have no rights, and whenever I see one that I want to eat, I will skin it and cook it
Well,
and then eat it.
isn't the history of evolution? We came from sea mammals. All mammals on Earth came from sea mammals that eventually traversed the land and became and evolved into what we are and the creatures on Earth. That's apparently what I understood of the evolution timeline
I
story.
mean, as the story from
Yeah, I
the
agree with that one
atheist,
for sure,
no.
Dave.
It
Micro,
it would
maybe.
require
I think of it
a
as
lot
mutation
more
myself.
miracles.
I don't see it
for
as
even
evolution.
their story to
But
exist,
I'm a
to
potato.
make sense.
Right. Yeah, Dave says evolution is fake news too. I said, I don't see evolution as evolution myself. I see the micro as mutations that take hold. I mean, you can call it evolution at that point in time, but I don't see it evolution.
I see it as the most incredible series of miracles that can ever exist.
Right.
And every miracle is necessary for the other miracle to happen.
Yeah.
So, how is this man?
Hey, AVG, good to see you.
Great question.
I greatly appreciate the engagement. Good to see you. I'm hoping soon. I'm hoping.
No, I've always wondered though, why is evolution and Christian theology, why are they separate? Why can't we imagine evolution to be a tool that God uses?
Well,
I
there's
think
two
that's
reasons.
possible.
There's two reasons why. One, the way that it has been presented denies the ontology of a being. So we are in flux. If evolution as presented is real, we are in flux. So Jesus Christ didn't came here and redeem humanity as a whole. Because humanity doesn't exist. It's there's no such a thing as humanity. It's just a flux of species that are always changing. We are all the normative. So we are only the particular thing that exists at the moment. That is what we are. A species is just an arbitrary thing that we observe that we think means something, but in reality it doesn't. It's just arbitrary. So when you talk about evolution as presented, it denies the sacrifice of Jesus Christ immediately.
Sure.
I'm not sure I understand how that invalidates that, but I don't think I have the eloquence or the further looking into that particular argument to continue questioning it.
Well, have you ever talked to a person that believes in like
Yeah, if anybody else in the
Norse
chat doesn't
gods,
know, obviously,
that kind of
AVG has her own channel.
I used to be one of them.
Check that out. Dave, go ahead and drop it in the chat.
If you talk to them, they pretty much tell you
Please.
that their God
And thank you.
created their race or their culture. And if you try to go into it and try to figure out what they mean by it, what they are actually saying, is God created the people that look like me. That's what it means. Okay? When Jesus Christ talking about the reason why the idea of universalism for humans. So Jesus Christ came and sacrificed, and it's a sacrifice for all humans. The category of human encompasses every single the human beings, so all of us.
Absolutely, AVG.
If
got to help each other out.
If not, that's not the case. Then there will need to be different kind of Jesus for every single one of these creatures. And if you believe in evolution, then as presented, those the things that look like you are not even like you, because everything is a flux. You have your own kind of genes, your own kind of ontology that is you, and
So
you would
basically
need to
what
have
you're
a savior
saying
for yourself.
in the scientific nomenclature, let's say, you're saying that there would have to be a Jesus for Neanderthals, there would have to be a Jesus for Homo sapiens, and now that we're Homo sapiens sapiens, there's a Jesus for those.
Thank you for dropping that, Dave.
No, I'm saying that the Homo sapiens and Homo sapiens sapiens and all of these
Yeah, we definitely need more females in the space. So
or,
give her some subs and
this
some love.
nomenclature to refer to us is arbitrary. It doesn't mean anything. The thing that exists in reality is a bunch of creatures that may share traits that are similar, but each creature is in itself is its own thing. They don't. There's not an actual share ontology between the creatures. They're just surviving and competing so that their own little thing can reproduce and maybe create something else that's gonna come from them. And when you're talking about the ontology and the nature of man, that nature that is redeemed by God needs to be redeemed. Otherwise, the whole of Christianity collapses. So there has to be an ontological and a universal idea of what the nature of man is. And it doesn't exist in evolution.
I'm still not sure. I think it might be a semantics issue I'm trying to wrap my head around, but I'm still not sure that invalidates the theory of evolution entirely for me. Because
I'm not saying that it invalidates it. I'm telling you how, as presented, it cannot be accepted. If you're a Christian, you cannot accept it because it invalidates the nature of man, and without the nature of man, there is no sacrifice.
True.
Yes, CVG. I intend to
So I'm not
change
doing
that.
I'm not doing
Don't know
the
if it'll
side of
happen, but I
invalidating-
intend to change
I'm
it.
not doing the side of invalidating the
Do my
theory.
best.
I'm telling you why the theory of evolution as presented invalidates Christianity.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that,
so it's just
Homestead.
the way that
I know
they're
you can't
presenting
probably
it.
hear me, but thank you very
I
much.
am overall just not
Yeah,
a big fan of the current theory of evolution and the way they present it to us. Yes, but I don't think it's impossible. I think evolution could be a thing, but definitely not the way they're presenting it. And
Hey, Elmo. Good to see you, buddy.
I really don't
It's been a bit.
understand how it works.
Hope you're doing
I
well,
think
man.
there's a possibility, but I also want to think there's not.
Maybe it hasn't been a bit.
Well,
It's been a bit for me.
under my paradigm, what I see is a series of miracles. So the creation of the nature of man and men is a miracle, and it can follow the idea of evolution, but it has to be under the idea of a miracle. So it follows God's will. He created all of it. The one change to another change so that we can create the nature of man. That in and of itself is a miracle. The idea of you looking at a dog and it being a dog and having a different kind of dogs, those are miracles. So everything is under the paradigm of following the grace of God. So you can see it and you can try to understand it. It's not a scientific theory in and of itself. It's just like an observation. So you can observe and have an idea of how it works.
Did you learn that today, huh? That's fair. Yep. Water pressure. That's why they're always
I
so much
understand the
higher
argument
than the
there,
rest of the
but
town.
I don't know. I'm still
I
having
think he
trouble
presented it-
separating the two. Yeah,
I think he presented it well.
he is. I think I'm struggling.
It's hard because you're talking about a metaphysical. This is a metaphysical, right? It's
Right.
a universal.
Learn
nature
something
of
new
man.
every day.
So if you're a Christian, you believe that there is a universal nature of man. So men are men. Men are not dogs, and you can actually find the difference between men and dogs. And you can see a man and understand that it's a man. And I can see it doesn't matter who you are in the world, you are a man as long as you're a man, let's say. So when Christ sacrificed himself, he did it for all men because man is the nature he possessed and it's the nature we share, right? So the sacrifice is for the nature of the sacrifice is for men so that they can be redeemed. But if you are believing that we are in this kind of flux, that is the species, and it's all there is no truth of the matter. It's just something completely arbitrary. Then there is no such a thing as a nature of man. it doesn't really happen.
Okay, but does the ontology
You're just a
of what is
girl,
a
right,
man
Pharma Cat?
change just because certain physical attributes change?
It's a decent question.
For
No,
instance,
but,
take the
no.
take the
I'm not talking
appendix.
about. Yeah, I'm not talking about skin color or anything like that. I'm saying
No. I'm saying like certain physical traits evolve. So the ontology of man would are you suggesting that that changes if our physical attributes, like I was about to say, the example of the appendix, that used to be to produce vitamin C naturally, endogenously within our bodies. But
Well, I don't
because
think
of an
they
abundance
evolved.
of vitamin C in our diets, we evolved that out. That's the theory, obviously.
Yeah, but
but
that's not theory. That we're talking about a specific thing that happened because we didn't have enough, or we had too much of a thing. That can be epigenetics. What you're talking about is if there is an evolution in my worldview, is if a man evolves to be something different than a man, it would be a miracle, and it would be under the idea of God. But it couldn't happen because the redemption is for men. So if we change the nature of man to something else, there has to be a different kind of redemption, because then that thing is no longer sharing the same nature as Jesus Christ did. And if you believe like in evolution as presented, we don't have a shared nature. We just are things that are evolving constantly, and it's a flux in our ontology. So we cannot even have that. We cannot share that nature with Jesus Christ, because he would be something different that we are.
You would do
I
that,
want to add
Pharma
something here
Cat.
too. So we just went through COVID, and they injected half the planet with a gene therapy that changes the RNA of the human gene and the human body, right?
Yeah.
And so I think it was a grand experiment. They knew, man. They knew. But aside from that, so basically half the planet currently is no longer considered Homo sapiens sapien because they altered the genetic code to the RNA of the species. And I'm wondering if that wasn't done deliberately to see if anybody's going to pick up on it in 50 years from now, when people are like totally strange looking compared to the other half of the planet that's like still human. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I just don't. I don't believe in that, because I would see that as a violation of the of God's creation.
Yeah. Well, no, it's more than a violation. It's
Yeah, but
it's the word I'm
you
looking.
don't have the way that what it means is you don't have you don't have jurisdiction
Homo
to make
global.
those kind of
Is
things.
this an inside joke that I'm
it's
missing?
you're not justified in making those kind of changes.
Oh, okay.
No,
I got
I'm not
you.
saying that they're justified.
Thanks for the
What
clarification,
I'm
ABG.
saying is that, all right, now I'm going to go out on a limb here. So, with the rise of like satanic and Luciferian beliefs, and obviously
JV.
this has been going on for some time, right? And Lucifer wants the best thing for Lucifer, the greatest gain for him is that nobody believes in him, right? So he can do what he wants with impunity, right? And I think what had just happened was an exercise of Lucifer. Another example would be like if we want to go down this road a little bit further, right? With AI, and basically it's a being that they're trying to create, right? It's coming into its own consciousness, right? But it has no soul, right? I think that's the threat, right? And if you look in scripture, we were created in God's image, right? We have the spark of the divine in us. But if that's like you were saying,
really?
the
Okay.
ontology of it, if it's been
Thank you
bastardized,
for that
right,
information,
and
AVG.
modified, are we still in the image of our Creator, or has there been an
I think I've actually heard that
intervention
now. Yeah.
that changed that like ontological aspect of human physiology, right? And that those people are no longer under the influence of the spark. You see where I'm going with this? I mean, this is kind of, I'm just like free balling here, and you know, but you see where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah.
Or did I make that word salad?
No, I know what you're going for. It's it's the only problem.
AVG.
It's a
That's
difference
funny.
in
Yeah,
the way that I
you're
look at
welcome to
things. I don't
come
look
onto
at
the panel for sure. I'd love to have you.
there is
Anytime. Anytime. I don't want to keep you from your work or whatever, but
how to say it. There is no. I don't see. Like the devil having the power to decide things like that.
fair enough, AVG.
Can I be that
Yeah.
guy that says,
Make sure you're
Satan
getting
will
your
never
stuff
prevail
done.
against God's church, and it's all in God's plan anyways. So if all of humanity changed its DNA and that inherently made us different, it'd still be probably part of his plan in the end.
Yeah, but
Well,
I don't think it's
I want to throw
capable
something.
of. That's the point of. It's like there is a will. The will of God is the one that happens because He is the one that He is the origin and the creator. So yeah, there's no way that Lucifer or anybody else will have the power to decide for God.
What are we gonna
See
say, Vosh?
Job.
Yeah, Bert.
I was just gonna say I want to.
I believe
throw this out there,
that's
and I know Tater wants to move this
interesting.
along pretty soon. But
yeah, thanks.
Is it possible that we could be ontologically men, like human, ontologically human, but change into biologically something else?
Oh, that's good to know, Cleaner. That's interesting.
I
Like
feel
maybe
there's
our
a point.
scientific classification could be different, but we are still ontologically human.
Right, I feel like there's a
scientific-
point, right? Like Futurama, heads in a jar is a bit of a stretch to being still human.
The scientific classification is, if you actually look at it, this is what I was talking about. It's arbitrary. They don't have a way to classify it because there's no universality. So yes, the ontology of men would be those that follow, those that have the same nature of Jesus Christ. That's what I would say, and it's complicated because we're talking about the being itself.
How about this?
Yeah.
Let me interject. So when you have the Spirit of Christ in you and you accept Jesus into your heart, right? Now that's on a whole different non-physical plane, right? That's a spiritual plane. And to kind of like support what Vosh is saying is that maybe there's, how to put it, different planes to our existence within our physical form as we are, but that physical form only has so much power, and the true power is within the belief in Jesus, in the Spirit, and the divine spark, and that's what differentiates us maybe from, number one, the rest of the animal kingdom. And we are part of that kingdom, right? There's no question about it. We're just an animal on the planet. We're a byproduct, we'll say, all right, of our environment, right? But if God set that up, then maybe you're right. That maybe it doesn't matter.
Thank you for
if there
posting
was
that,
an
Dave.
intervention
If you're watching and you're
on a
entertained,
massive
please feel free
scale,
to
that whether
consider
it be
contributing to the
influenced through
channel.
Satan or just evil men themselves, that divine spark, that spirit cannot be broken because of, I guess, an elevated plane.
Right. Yeah, we've gotten pretty deep at this point in time. I think we're a little over some people's heads. In the chat, you're welcome to voice your opinion on whether what we do. But I think we kind of want to move on away from religion and COVID per se. Not that I don't have a problem. Not that I have a problem with talking about it. I just don't know what is TOS and what isn't, especially when it comes to the COVID vaccinations. They don't like you getting conspiracy on it. And so I try to avoid it in general, but I don't think that it's a problem to talk about it. It's just how it's gone about. So I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, it's complicated.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Emmett. So does anybody have anywhere that they would like to go with it? From either the prompts on the panel or anything that we'd want to go to TOS friendly? No? Okay. Go ahead.
You should really find out what is TOS friendly and give us all a course on it.
Yeah, I've been trying. Like I said, there's no published list of words. So I don't know exactly.
I could try to help. I don't know what I could do, but I'd be willing to try to help with that.
Sorry, JB.
Well,
I
and
knew
it's
that was
like
gonna be a
Tater
problem.
said, there's no way for you to actually find out. There's no resource. There are lists where people, creators have gone and said, I used this word in 3 videos and all videos were demonetized. So I think maybe this is, XYZ plus there's things you can put together, but there's no official list. So it's really hard to actually know until you get struck.
Well, stuff like how you can't be blatantly racist is obvious. But there's also, I'm sure, some dumb stuff. There's going to be a lot of stuff that we think might be against TOS that isn't, and that's kind of what I want to find.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Vosh. You were right before me reposting the prompts. But yeah, that's just it is. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead. I lost what I was just about to say. JB says I talked over something that somebody was saying. I'm not sure who it was, but he said it was very interesting and I messed it up. I apologize to everybody involved.
Come on, Tater.
I know. I like to talk to my chat and then I talk over you guys so that I don't interrupt the conversation constantly. And I knew that was going to be a problem
There's
sometime.
an easy solution to that.
What's that?
Jay could join the panel.
Yep. Very simple.
Right?
True.
That's fair.
Come on, Jay, join the panel.
Yeah, you're always
We'd
welcome
like
to
see
join.
you.
No pressure, no pressure. But anybody is welcome to
Under
join the panel.
pressure.
Anybody is welcome to join the
Lots of
panel.
pressure.
But no pressure on anybody. And also, if you have a camera, we do like to see cameras since we're on this topic. But you don't have to have a camera. Again, no pressure on that. But Voshmit, I appreciate you being on cam because I'm sure the audience will appreciate it too as well.
Once I get home with my kids settled, I'll turn on my cam.
Yeah, no.
There we go.
Well, and that's just it. Is I understand people have kids and things like that, and so I don't want to pressure people to have a cam unless it's a debate, and then it's a different story. But when you have your kids around and stuff, you don't want to be doing that. So I don't expect people to have cams on for sure. But in the chat,
I'm really glad you understand that.
That's
because that's
fair.
my role.
Well, and that's just it. Well, and it's not just you, but I've heard you mention it. And on top of that, I take my privacy extremely careful. Obviously, I call myself a potato. And so why in the fuck would I do that to my community that's helped build me? So I will do my best to support my people. And it brings in other people that are hesitant about being on cam. But Bert in the
Oh,
chat,
sure.
yeah, Bert in the chat, new person, I think. I don't know for sure. But anyway, the censorship has changed over time. Even the TV media has now are now telling people that the jabs were no good. So the censorship has changed. So that's good to hear, at least. All right. So yeah, getting back to the conversation at hand.
Yeah, it kind of moves with the breeze, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it really does. So
So do farts.
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that was a bad joke. I just said so do farts.
Oh my, bro.
Fair enough. Yeah, I was gonna say you can't hear it, but the people in the chat can. But tis. Sorry. Anyway, actually, I should start using the soundboard on here. Where is it? There it is. So you guys can hear
there
it too.
you go.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Anyway, so did you guys have anything to talk about on that subject, or do we want to move on to a different topic?
We move on.
Well, are we moving on to government spending, inflation, and the economy? Is that what we're on, or did we move past that while I stepped away?
You're good. We kind of been bouncing around. I don't know what we've covered and what we haven't covered, but I don't think we've covered the government spending, inflation, and economy if we want to go to that route.
I don't believe so.
Yeah.
Is inflation driven by corporate greed, government spending, or consumer behavior?
Hey, Marcy, good to see
I think
you.
all of it, right? I mean, I feel like
none
we've got
of that.
natural inflation.
Nope. There's only one thing that causes inflation, and that's the Federal Reserve printing money.
Yes.
Well, there's also natural inflation.
I sure hope so, Marcy.
Time.
And yeah, that's why I don't like any.
That's also what?
I like cameras. I don't like
Natural
pushing
inflation,
camera.
like what happens over time. You know what I mean?
No,
Like naturally, prices raise because.
Fair enough,
possibly, like,
ABG.
No, it
appreciate
So
the
nothing ever
appreciate
naturally gets
that
more expensive or
information.
less expensive ever. Just naturally never happens.
Oh no,
less
prices
expensive is not
fluctuate.
Look at RAM prices. Look at RAM prices.
Yeah,
RAM is really expensive, which is making me mad because I need more of it.
Yes, because the demand is high, not because that suddenly inflation. The demand for RAM is high, so the price for RAM is high.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Here I'm saying
demand
not
people.
pressure, and then you go and pressure them.
No,
I mean, there's
what you're
some
talking
nuance
about,
to the
what you're
Federal
talking about,
Reserve.
what you're
Sorry,
talking
you go
about
ahead.
is prices. Prices fluctuate between demand, between the demand of the product. We're talking about inflation is about the demand of money itself, and the only thing that raises or lowers the demand of money itself has to do with the Federal Reserve and the printing and the viability of money. In this case, there's too much money being printed, and there is a lot less want of said money. That is why the value
Right.
of it drops.
Too much in circulation. Yeah, I feel like you're
not
right.
to be that
I
guy,
inflating prices. I feel like
but
you're
it's
right.
nothing to do with printing money anymore. It's all about creating credit and crypto-backed, dollar-backed cryptocurrency.
It's a good question, Bert.
That's 99% of the
Very
market
good
now. But
question.
I do understand the
Disgusting.
theory behind printing money, but it's all, digital now.
Even if that
So-
is the case, you're still printing money because what you're talking about is adding to the amount of dollars, just not through printing.
Right.
Right, so you're not printing money. That's why I said I don't want to be that guy, but we're not printing money anymore. We're just
No,
kind
we
of-
are. Printing is just a way of saying it. It's like we talked about the paper, but it's not the paper. We're talking about the availability of dollars that are being created without nothing backing
The
them up.
creation of the money, yeah.
So maybe
that's printing.
minting money.
It's the same. It's just a word. It doesn't mean anything. The meaning is we are adding to the demand of dollars.
Yeah, exactly,
We're adding
Vashmit.
to the supply, not demand. We're onto the supply
Exactly.
of dollars, and the demand of them is decreasing. That is what's causing inflation.
Hey, don't call it art. Good to see you, man.
I think you're
And
right.
anybody in the chat that doesn't know, he has his own channel too.
Because
I don't know if you've
most
been
of that is done through
posting
government
lately or not, but
spending.
I keep forgetting about your
The more
channel,
we
so I
add
wanted to
the
shout you out.
supply, the less of a want of the dollar will happen. So we're gonna have
Okay,
more
the demand.
inflation because of it.
Sorry, I'm talking over him again.
I can't disagree. I feel like you're right, and I kind of conflated the price of things, which is generally how we measure inflation, versus the actual inflation itself. Yeah, I think you're.
Yeah,
You're right on
that's
that.
why it was a mistake to get off of the gold standard. When you have a resource-backed currency,
Yeah,
you have a limited amount of that resource, and that
Right.
currency is a representation of that resource.
Yeah.
So you only have that limited. That's why Bitcoin was so enticing, is because there's only ever going to be so many Bitcoins, and it's going to be harder and harder and harder to ever get more. So the value of it was inevitably going to go up.
Right.
I mean, just go look at your dollar bill or any of your solid money. It's not actually money. It is practically a trust note, like it's just
Right.
like we owe you this dollar.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's not actual, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah.
Currency.
Currency. There you go. Yeah. It's not actual currency. It's just a banknote.
But I will
That's
say,
crazy to
having the
think
Federal
about.
Reserve actually does at the same
Incredibly
time, I know it's the
stupid,
reason
Cat.
for
You
inflation,
can jump
but it
on now.
also really balances out the economy because the government can't say, "Hey, we need to go print a bunch more money," because the Federal Reserve will actually say, "You're going to crash the economy." So they will actually push back, and it's nice to have that separation of powers to kind of double check on inflation half the time. Like when you look at when a Democrat's in the presidency, they actually want to print way more money than the Federal Reserve will allow them to, which is nice to have that separation.
Yeah, exactly, Bert. Exactly. Count. Damn it.
Yeah,
this-
but we're
Do
gonna
they really
we're gonna
provide
continue
much pushback?
No, right now, no.
Right. I don't know how much they do. That's an honest question.
We're not gonna see a change in the in
Right on, JB.
inflation until we
Appreciate you subbing to him.
Government actually stops overspending, and I don't think there's
Right, Dave.
any political there's no way that with the political climate that we have right now we're gonna get there at the moment.
So
Yeah, it's
roughly
going to be a long
80%
time.
of our national budget goes to welfare programs. So you would have to pretty much tell people we're going to have you live a harder life with less money, and you're going to have to get by with less, and then we'll fix inflation. That's the only way to fix it. Because if you look at our budget, trillions of dollars.
Well,
of
we
that
don't
budget
actually have a
straight
budget,
to-
by the way. We
Because
haven't.
think
So,
about Medicaid, think about food stamps, think about all these types of social programs, Section 8 housing or whatever it is, Section 13, right? Section 8 housing, sorry, I got mixed up with bankruptcy, but you know what I mean? All these things are what causes our inflation. Without it, it would decrease. And we would
Yeah,
actually
you have
be.
to convince all the Democratic Party that they're gonna stop getting some money, and they're gonna be like, no,
Is that
we
part?
don't want to.
Well, and I think another big reason, like I was saying, is we haven't actually had a true budget. Like in the House, they haven't sat down and written out an entire budget for our nation since what, like 1990. We've just literally had continuing resolutions for decades, which is a big reason for the overspending because we're not sitting down, looking at the coffers and saying, okay, we're going to spend this on this and this on that, and we're not going to go into any more debt because this is all that we have. Too bad. Like they just keep spending money we don't have like it's water.
That's funny, Cat.
I will say it's not inherently a blue state, red state thing either, because if you look at New York's a blue state. But I mean, ignoring Mamdani, historically, right, they've been amazing at budgeting. And that's because in their law, they have to have a balanced budget. They cannot operate without a balanced budget, so they get zero funding until they show how they're going to actually pay for everything.
The state auditors here in Massachusetts have been trying to audit the books of the state for years now, and they keep getting blocked. And they, what do you call it, Maura Healey, the governor, they just passed a thing to block them almost indefinitely, so they can't audit the books here in Massachusetts.
Damn it. That's funny. It's funny.
Well, just like
No
Warren
hate.
Buffett said, he said, if you made a law that no congressman was up for re-election unless inflation was less than 3%, you'd have an economy fixed within 6 months.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah.
for sure.
You
Yeah,
know
I think
who
it gets
knows
kind of
how to
daunting.
live without a. You know who knows how to live without a budget? Cat knows how to live without a budget. She owns half Tennessee anyway.
For real, though, doesn't
Who?
she? Cat? Pharma
Yeah,
Cat?
she does.
Yeah,
Got a
she does.
Yeah, half of fucking Tennessee.
Now she's reverse
Okay.
gaslighting Emmett in the chat, so we're giving her a hard time back.
Yeah, I saw that. It was,
We love you, Cat.
I think she should change her name to Scaredy Cat since she's scared to come up here and find out.
Oh, that's also true.
She's been up on the panel before. She says, "Hey now, you're an all-star." Isn't that the song?
I love that song.
Cat, more like splat.
Right? Shots fired. Shots fired. Oh shit, that's funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
she doesn't want to fight me because she knows she'll lose. It's fine.
That's funny. Yeah, AVG was talking about coming up on the panel, but she had work to do, so I don't know if she's gonna make it or not. But we'll see.
Oh, I can't hear. Yeah, she knows I hate soundboards. It's like the worst thing that ever happened in the world.
I figured that's what it was.
Hear it.
I figured that's what it was when she was like,
to the soundboard.
yeah, she caps locked loves, and so I figured she was giving you a hard time. So I wasn't gonna do any more soundboards on the Discord because of you, but yeah, I figured that's what it was. That's funny.
The other day, did you see the debate the other day between Anton, the fucking guy, and Andrew Wilson?
I
what debate?
Yeah, what debate?
Right.
It's a Protestant guy. Well, okay. Are you telling me that was not a debate? Because it wasn't, but it was supposed to be one.
Right. That's fair.
Yeah, it was supposed to be.
Well,
I agree.
So you're referring to the one a while ago, right? I mean, it wasn't just in the last few days, right?
No, it was like a week ago, maybe a week and a half.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I'm talking about the one that happened like 2 days ago.
Yeah, the last two in a row.
Dude.
But yeah, no, the black dude that played a soundboard clip every 30 seconds throughout the debate. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the guy was like, "What's
Freaking
your name?"
stupid.
And he was like, "Anton." Dong.
Dong. Yeah.
He
Wow.
the guy would, he would. Andrew will give a perfectly reasonable answer, and the guy will play a sound like it was some kind of weird thing going on.
Yeah, it was like almost at the end of every
soundboard.
sentence, he had a little sound clip that he played. It was beyond obnoxious.
I don't know
I
what
hate
you guys are talking
soundboards
about.
with
I
a
thought he won.
passion.
What's that?
Oh, I said I don't know what y'all are talking about. I think he won.
Who won?
Who won?
The black guy with the soundboard, obviously.
Oh, you really think
Because
so?
of the soundboard, of course. That's funny.
I mean, did Andrew have a soundboard? No. Lose.
Lose.
Yeah, exactly.
L,
So
big
that's-
L.
That's how you know.
Farmer Cat is. She says, "Ha, Dave, I'm playing with lambs." Yeah, you lucky. Yeah, if you guys don't know, Farmer
Yeah,
Cat.
just running away.
Farmer Cat has her own channel as
She's
well.
just running away.
Right.
Yeah, she does.
And she does sheep content, and she does gaming every once in a while and stuff too. So give her some love if you don't already have subscribed to her as well, please. All right, so going back,
Her lambs are cool.
yeah, they're freaking cute. And again, speaking of lambs, Jess the shepherdess, right? The shepherd's nook. She also has her own channel. So sheep content, and Barn with his cow content, right? We want to support our farm people, the people that raise our food. All right. So, do we have anything else that we want to talk about on that subject? No, we want to move on.
I don't think. Well, I would like to say this about the subject. I don't think there's going to be an actual change in the budget and how spending is happening until we realize that sacrifice must happen. So it is very likely that we're going to have a couple of years that might be not as great, especially economically. And if we change some of the ideas with the spending, it will still take a couple of years to get all of the economic factors and indexes back to normal, so that we can see growth again. And until that happens, until people realize that You know, it's not about greed. It's simply overspending. I
With
don't
the
think
with the
Yeah,
puff of smoke and everything.
instantaneous. It's just ethical reasons why it can't be, right?
Could you repeat that?
I said it's only ethical reasons why it would take long. You know, morality is the only reason that stops it. You could easily create a second class of people and say all immigrants have to work for slave wages, and we're bringing back the sweatshop, so there's no Nike, no Apple overseas. Bring it all here, and have citizens be
I'm
paid.
okay with that. I don't care about any of
I'm
that.
fine with
I'm
that.
fine. I'm fine with all of that. Let's do that. I don't care. But
See what I
no,
mean?
the
It's a
reality.
moral
I don't
question.
even. No, I don't think it's moral. This is just how the economy works. If you want to see how to get rid of inflation, look at Argentina and look at the indexes and look at what they did when it comes to spending and how they like literally went from 250% per year inflation rate to about 10% in 2 years.
Oh well, right on.
And you will think, oh, that's still not good and it's too much. It is the greatest inflation reduction that has ever happened in the history
So
of the planet.
nice, right?
And it has happened during the past 2 years when we are seeing inflation skyrocket worldwide because of spending. So if you want to look at how to actually reduce it and what steps can be done, you can take a look at what happened in Argentina.
And additionally, we can either voluntarily start making those sacrifices now, or eventually we're going to default on the debt and we're going to have even worse consequences.
Yes, that's the other problem is the default on the debt. Yeah. And you know what happens? Most of the people don't realize that if there is an actual default on the debt, it's not necessarily that the people who has everybody's gonna get fucked. But the first part of people getting fucked is their assets, like especially the things that they have saved, things like 401ks, anything that is on a fund will probably get destroyed, and then that creates an effect because there's going to be a lot less people being able to create or build or spend, and that creates an effect on the whole economy, and usually the people who have the lowest wages are the ones who are going to be unemployed.
Yeah.
So it's a big fuck situation, and it's all because there is overspending. Go watch Caleb Hammer.
Right.
And
yeah, I need to start
listen to
covering some of
him
his
tell
stuff.
people.
He's interesting. But
his episode on JRE just came out today.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yep.
I'll have to check it out. So yeah, did you have anything? Did we have anything else on that topic? There's a topic in the chat I'm curious about.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah.
When you do the option that's not the push to talk, is that when it just senses when you're talking, or how's that work?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Like for the microphone, when you choose the non-push to talk option, is that it just senses when you're talking or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the push to talk, so if anybody ever wants to push to talk, that has to be set up on your keyboard. If you don't have a headset with a button on it, it has to be set up on your keyboard through Discord. So, but yeah, so Bert in the chat asks, just out of curiosity, how many of you have been following the Reckless Ben Lego theft and corrupt Utah PD thing? First, I'm actually hearing about it. I don't know anything about it. Does anybody on the panel know anything?
Yes, it is so interesting.
So controversial. I'm against everybody on this.
Oh, interesting. I'll have to maybe do some reading into it.
Lego theft.
Yeah, Reckless Ben Lego theft and corrupt. Go ahead.
He is, by the way, Reckless Ben. When we were talking about it the other day, Tater, he is exactly who I thought he was. The same guy who exposed McCamey Manor. Same guy.
Oh, okay.
He's a social justice warrior, and he's about to get completely, non-POS.
Nice. Right on. Don't call it art.
I really don't care about this situation.
Yeah, I'll have to read up on it because I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, I've seen a bit about it. I don't I like there's so much more important shit in the world than somebody getting their Legos ganked. Like, unfortunately, bad business deals happen all the time, and governments are corrupt. Unfortunately, it's fucked.
Right. Homestead, if
Yeah,
you're
it's
still
basically
watching,
just a
happened-
case
this
of
happened-
theft.
This happened near my house. Shit.
appreciate you, Homestead, for
I want
joining.
to add something. I wanted to add something about government in Oregon. In the Oregon State House right now, there's a bill where, because they want to manage the resources of the state, they want to make hunting, farming, and anybody that has a current farm and or like cattle ranch or anything like that, they
I
want to make
appreciate it,
legal.
Homestead.
What?
Check it out.
I know
That's
that
not
the
good.
panel's been kind of all over the place
That's
tonight.
really bad.
So
Yeah, well, it's in conservation
Thank you
of the
very much.
land. They want to preserve the land, for the data sense.
right,
Preserve the land and starve the people. Sounds about right.
right, and that's just it. We're going into a Mad Max situation if we don't figure something out with our
Okay,
water
right now,
situation.
yeah, I'm not going to speak on that. I'm going to break TOS.
Fair enough. Yeah, we want to be careful with that. Oh, hey, thanks for joining the camera, man.
Yeah, no worries.
So
You do not look like I would have imagined.
I know, right? I was going to say the same thing. All right. So, did we want to move
Was
on?
it the YouTuber that gave the Lego sets to the BAM Corporation?
That's a good question. Leia, do you know?
I don't know if it was a YouTube.
So there was an old man. He made a commission deal with a franchise owner, and it was against their corporate policy. A different dispute caused the franchise and the corporate units to they retook over the franchise and kicked him out.
Fair question, Dave.
So they didn't actually continue on. With
Data center. Yeah. So, JB, what's your stance on it? I'm curious.
Obligations, obviously, because
Don't get you started.
Contract
For or against?
And so they have no obligation to reimburse this man or anything like that. The franchisee does, but since he closed down and liquidated and moved to Europe, there's no legal repercussions. So this reckless Ben guy went on this tirade and is just attacking people in the corporate office. And yeah, he's just done some illegal stuff to try and cause retribution, and it's just firing back.
I mean, 200,000 Star Wars Lego collection. Damn.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, the old man
okay,
he got screwed over, but he just didn't read he didn't read any of his contract.
Well, the thing is that apparently it was the store. He had a contract with the store. They did some other chain bought the store.
Yeah, so the franchise was retaken over by corporate, and then they resold it to a new franchise operator. So someone else took over the franchise location with their own LLC type situation.
Yeah. Okay.
You know more about it than I do. Sorry about that.
I don't
My
know.
Discord ended up updating.
This seems like even if that was the case, if you already have some kind of was retained without the consignment. Yeah, I don't know. That's a lot of fucking money though.
Yeah, if you get into
That's a lot of fucking money.
law about it all and everything, he's completely in the wrong. They went around it the wrong way. Like even serving the papers, it's supposed to be a unbiased third party, yet he hired his friend to do it and was there at the same time, which you're not supposed to do. He was trespassed and he sat across the street and was holding up signs saying this guy's a thief and all this, defamatory stuff. Got charged with stalking, trespassing, vandalism because he climbed up on his building and hung a sign outside of it. So, I mean, it's been going on for 3 months, right? And
Wow.
almost daily police calls. about
I
his
mean,
behavior.
the whole when it comes to all of that, I understand that's not the way to do it. I think it should have been taken to court, and that should be the end of it. I mean, there's nothing else you can do. because if there is a different franchise and there's a different franchise owner, uh, it would just depend on what was the fucking collection doing there anyway.
Right.
Again, it was on a commission-based sale, right? So it's like you usually, and they didn't have the license to do commission-based or commissary-based sales. I forget the concept, not commissary, but I'm trying to think of the word.
Consignment.
Thank you. Yes.
Right on, JB. How I feel about it too.
Deals, which is required for like
massive impacts on the environment.
Stuff like that.
We need
And
to
a
be
way
careful
explain
with
it. Is
it.
like, let's say you go and you have $100,000 Rolex watch, and you say, "Hey," or they tell you, "We will either give you $80,000 now, or we'll give you 83,000 plus a certain percentage if you sign consignment." So because then they're gonna put it up for an auction, and if they get
I'll
more
look
than
into
what
it.
they think, then they're gonna share the profit.
Maybe
So
do a video on it.
it's a way to get a bit more money out of your trade-in deal, but it's way riskier as well.
Well, but at the end of the day, if you have it there with them and it's not, just even if they don't have the license, it would still be your property. They're just taking care of it. You could probably pay. If you take it to court, you might need to pay for them holding it for you, but you still have the Lego sets should still be yours.
Hey, Mr.
I don't
Sandbaum,
understand
good to see you.
why wouldn't
It's been
they?
a while.
So
Appreciate
they
the
have no
engagement.
obligation
Hope you're
to
doing well,
pay
man.
out for any franchise, right? So again, it's between him, the old man with the Lego collection, who made the contract with the franchise owner, which is not connected legally to the CEO or to the actual corporate office.
No, I
So it's
agree
not-
with that.
he got
I'm just
screwed out of
saying
it.
that
Hmm.
you can
Yeah.
request. I would say that you could request payment for holding them for you, but I don't think you can say that they don't belong to the old man anymore.
Exactly. So they even offered, they're like, "Hey, if we have some of your collection here, we'll return it to you." And they tried to, dispute it that way, but they wanted the full deal. And when you look into this reckless Ben situation, it's even shown that he has a contract with the man. So if they get the $200,000 worth of Legos back and he resells it, Reckless Ben's going to get a portion of the profit. So there's a lot of nuance to it when you look into it. And it's just a social justice warrior, for
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
it
If that
goes
is the
too far.
case, then there's a good place for people like that. It's called jail. I'm okay with that.
Right.
Are you going to show up to the CEO of Apple's house and just dance around on his lawn, show up to his business in your underwear, things like that, and expect him not to retaliate with law? Come on.
Yeah.
Wow, that's fucked.
The cooperatives took over the franchise and said they take over the consignment, and then they pretended like the consignment didn't even exist.
Yeah, they didn't have to take over the consignment.
They offered him $8 for the 200K collection. Is that true?
Are you referring to Bert?
Because again,
Or what are you referring to?
Because there's no actual legal basis for the contract, considering all the nuance, and they didn't have the license to have consignment.
$8 for the
deals, and then
$200,000
franchise
collection?
versus corporate LLC versus again a corporation.
I have
There's a lot
another
of
bot
nuance
if
in
that's
there.
the case.
But
Interesting. Are
anybody
you a bot,
could
Bert?
almost turn up with a contract and be like, "Oh, well, I got screwed out of this," and they would never know, right? Because we don't know if the franchise owner.
And if you're not, I'm
took
just
the
giving you a
Lego
hard time.
set
I don't
and
know who.
sold it on
Don't
eBay
call it what I
and
was
had
talking
a
about.
third deal and
All right, I'll
just
shut
didn't track it through the business, and they're actually gone. So there's no way to know this without the old man and the person that took the franchise owner that left for Europe, unless they have a legal battle.
Oh, it's
Well, they know that there is some there because one of the employees confirmed it, right? She even showed them one of the sets. Like they got in with one of the lady employees. It's always a lady. And she showed them a couple of sets that they had. I feel like, right? I feel like I'm not making this up.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
You think
Yeah,
you feel like
so
you're not
it's one of
making it
those
up?
things-
Is that what I just heard? You feel like you're not making it
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Sorry.
I'm pretty sure I'm not imagining it.
I'm sorry. I'm just
I
kidding.
misspoke. Sorry.
I'm giving you a hard time. Being in the ass of myself, admit,
Yeah. Comments at the same time.
such a dictator. Anyway, yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to read up on this because I had no idea any of this was going on. I want to say maybe I heard something about a corrupt PD something, but I hadn't really heard about it.
Yeah, that's why I said there's nuance, right? Because he's probably going to plea out of his criminal charges, but there's definitely a lot of civil charges considering because of it. I mean, you can get really into the weeds of this. I've been doing a lot of research on the case law and all of this and everything, and he is civilly liable. I think right now it's tracked at $100 million because of loss of revenue to the corporation.
What
Tracked through. So
100 million. Wait, what? Why 100 million?
Well,
found
because
it.
What the fuck?
We found it. Dave's the bot.
Well, think about it like this: it's a $400 million corporation, and they're seeing a 25%
Hey, Bert.
drop
Good to
in,
see the response.
sales since this all
I would assume
started,
that's not a
and
bot.
They're having issues like people all around the world are calling the corporate office to a point where they've actually had to unplug all of the phones in the corporate office, which obviously is going to affect business. So there's things like this that are going on. The police acted badly, so I see that the police are going to have to take some charges and everything, which will obviously end up being on the taxpayer, which sucks. He's going to take a plea deal on some of the criminal charges, and then he's going to be screwed out for a lot of money, and that's what's going to get.
Especially because I had no idea what's going on.
That's happening. There's no way. There's no way that I would, as a $100 million corporation, I'm like, oh, this YouTuber owes me $100 million. That makes no sense. Even if there's a drop of 20%, I would need to I would need to go through through all of the numbers to be like, this guy in Utah in one store is causing a 20% drop in revenue in all of the stores. That makes no sense.
Yeah, you got to think it's a social media representative, and it's being seen by millions of people, right? And people are also passing the message along to their friends and stuff like that. So it's not just one guy in Utah. Plus, he flew to Utah to create this content, so he's been chasing for the content since the get-go, and he's crossed state lines. I mean, you gotta think he's crossed state lines with this. He even went to Mexico, so he may be looking at some federal charges coming along his way too. So it's like I said, he didn't go about it the best way. I mean, the hardest part, right? And this is the difference between like defamation, stalking, civil liability, things like that. There's so much nuance in it because intent is sometimes involved too. So yeah, we'll see this play out for quite a while, I bet.
Interesting.
I don't know enough. I'm not gonna make it. I just think there is like a lot of cope for a corporation to say, yeah, this YouTuber owes us $100 million. I understand why you would say that, but I don't think it makes sense.
I mean, it's like somebody said in the comments, he's raised $700,000 on the GoFundMe's, but obviously if that's because of defamatory purposes, he can't use the GoFundMe for legal purposes. But the point is that if he was really about getting this man his collection back, they could have just bought it back and then fought the legal battle, right? He could get the man his Legos back. He could give him $200,000 out of the $700,000. You know, like if it was really about the ethical foundation of it, it could easily be solved 3 times over. So it's an optics thing, right? What's going to make him money as a content creator? I think that's keeping the story going.
I mean, it might be the case that he's a piece of shit. I'm not saying that he isn't. I'm just talking about the consequence. I'm just talking about the idea of the consequences of this specific thing. Either the case is way the idea that either the store or the owners of the store or the owners of these people have actually done something wrong, and that's why people are rallying for him, or or he is doing some kind of weird shenanigans. But usually, if you're gonna be like looking at a 20% drop on all of your sales in all of your stores, that's kind of insane to put it on one guy in one store.
Well, let me play out a hypothetical to you, right? Let's go 4 years ago or something like that. Ready?
Mhm.
Let's say that Donald Trump still had all of his corporate businesses, all the hotels, the casinos, everything else like that. Yeah. And then you could see one person in the government said, like, let's say Kamala Harris. She said, Trump's a PDF. He's in the Epstein files. And then you saw a 20% decrease right after that in profits. You can directly attribute what one person said on a very large platform to the loss of revenue. So then she would be civilly liable But the problem is, it's just whether or not the comment is true, right? So again, it gets into a weird, hairy thing, because if you call someone a PDF and they are a PDF, you can't get defamatory because you're just saying the truth. It's when it's in contest. So yeah, we'll see. Again, it'll take a jury. It's going to be.
So AVG, you'll go into the vetting room.
Do you know if a little
because you
guy,
haven't been.
he's
Oh,
a
you're
little
in there.
bit
Never mind.
bald fuck.
You
His name is
found it
Brian
out. You're a
Shapiro,
smart lady.
and he goes every day into his fucking show
Ew.
called In the Limit, On the Line, or Pushing the Limits, whatever his fucking name is. No fucking cares. Okay, and he goes and he's like, Trump is a very mean guy.
Don't call it in.
Okay.
You got a couple questions for the panel. You're welcome to join the panel.
But I don't think that if Brian
Or
Shapiro
you can
was
drop them in
outside
the side
Trump
chat
Tower
in
saying
the
all the same
panel
crap
room.
he says online, there's gonna be any drop in revenue for Trump. Because have you seen Brian Shapiro? He's a fucking
Right on,
disgusting
AVG.
piece of crap. Okay,
Looking
Nobody
forward to
cares
it.
what he has to say anyway.
He's a male feminist.
So,
yeah.
Didn't
he lose a debate to a teenager?
Yeah. The point that I'm making is when you, if you're looking at a 20% loss in revenue, there has to be way more than some crazy story going on the internet. It has to be way more. And I'm not saying that it's good or bad. All I'm saying is that the story, as it's being said, is like, oh, the corporation is correct, which I can be true, but I'm not even sure that is the case. Simply because you're saying that 100 millions has been lost to the corporation because of this kid, right?
Yeah, well, they
Making
didn't have
sense.
the loss of sales, and it wasn't like it was posted all across the internet until he started posting about it, right? Who made it a viral thing?
Yeah, he can make it a viral. I agree with that. It can be a viral thing. It can be the
if
case
someone-
that, but
So if
the
I made you
virality
go
of
viral,
it.
Emmett, but if I made you go viral because I made a false claim that you are a PDF, and it went viral.
Oh my gosh, I was just thinking we needed you. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, if you make me go viral because people say because you say I'm a PDF, I don't think it will go anywhere because there is absolutely no reason to believe it at all.
Well, we have a lawyer on panel.
Brian, even if Brian Shapiro will say it, even if people with credibility would say it, it will still be the same thing. It will be like, well, what's any evidence of it?
It's
Like I
tricky.
said, we'll see
Good
it
thing
play
we have a lawyer on panel. Welcome, AVG. So good to see you.
Welcome in, AVG.
Hey, AVG. Hello, Daria.
Hello, person I have never met.
Make sure you can talk here.
Daria.
She is.
Let me see if I can.
What's she thinking? AVG is amazing. She also has her own channel. Check it out. Good people. She's an attorney,
Daria?
and maybe she can shed some light because, yeah, defamation
she's
and
a-
all that is complicated.
Just a very competent paralegal in Canada. Not directly an attorney.
Hey, your permissions should be good, AVG.
Sorry, my fault.
I'm not sure if
That's
you're trying
my
to talk or not.
misunderstanding.
It's saying you have to
Okay,
push to
she's,
talk. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
I'm just saying.
Hold on.
I'm just saying.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. AVG, it says you're having to push to talk. You shouldn't have to push to talk. Your permission should be good. So maybe drop out of the channel and come back in. Taking a look at your permissions right now.
See if Discord needs an update.
Yeah.
Might have to update.
Bye, Daria.
Any
She's back.
Any luck? Still not. What the frick?
Naturally.
Hey, you're self-censoring.
Yeah, TOS Tater.
What frick?
Toast.
No, I'm just kidding.
I don't know
yeah.
about. I don't know enough about the whole thing. I'll take a look into the whole case. The case seems pretty straightforward for me. I think the idea of going out there and doing all kind of crazy thing is bad for you.
Thank you, Homestead.
will end
Appreciate
up
that.
you being in jail. I think it should have been a court thing from the start. And that's it. It is what it is.
It would have been a long, expensive battle, but it would have been way more black and white if he didn't have some YouTuber going after it, but instead just hired a lawyer.
And we also must remember that they're doing all these legal things in the background to try and
Testing
with the corporate.
There it
There
is.
she is.
There she
Hello.
is.
All right. Sorry. My bad. It made me like disable push to talk. First, it made me enable it, and now it's like, please disable it. I'm like, okay.
Right. Well, it shouldn't have made you enable it. I apologize, AVG. Welcome in. Good to have you.
Yeah, good to see everybody. Yeah, to be honest, I missed like the first part of that convo because I was trying to get into the into the call in the betting room. And so, can you recap? What are we at? We're talking about Brian Shapiro and legal proceedings. Is that what's going on? And also, I'm a local court lawyer, not a technical lawyer. I'm a small claims court litigator. So
Fair,
go ahead.
fair.
We were talking about
Bert, his name is Heaven Maxed, is what he goes
we're
by.
talking about the Lego shit, the Lego story. I don't know if you know about the Lego story. What's it called? Anybody knows?
I'm unsure.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. Like I said, this is the first time I'm hearing about
reckless
it.
ban, Lego theft, and corrupt Utah PD story.
I feel like you're using like different terminology to describe something else. That's what's going on of it.
Right. Yeah, I'm not completely sure.
It's just
You should research it and then come back and give us your opinion.
Does anybody know more than Lego? I'm searching for Brian Shapiro. What am I searching for?
No.
Brian
It's not Brian
Shapiro.
Shapiro.
Let me get it.
Not
Let me get it
that
for you.
disgusting person.
No, we
was
just
just
kind of
making
segued into Brian Shapiro, but it doesn't have anything to do with Brian Shapiro. This
Yeah, he
particular
doesn't have
story.
any.
Brian
Check your-
Shapiro
check
is just a
your-
horrible, disgusting person.
Yeah, I sent you a message.
Okay. Just give me a sec. My reading comprehensions. Oh.
Yeah, he is. He's
Okay,
a
I
good
see.
dude.
Okay,
he
one
really
second.
is a good dude. May have some
Basically, he
facts
gave us
incorrect. I don't know. I haven't read up
a
on it, but he's a
guy
good dude.
gave his Legos to a company, and it was supposed to be on consignment, and then somebody else took it over, and they're like, haha, just kidding. We don't need shit.
Oh,
From my
I see.
understanding.
So some people in the chat were kind of talking about it, and I don't know the context, so I wasn't able to really mention it. But somebody said it was a friend of his or something like that. I want to say that they were saying in
Weren't
the chat.
there like murder threats?
No, it
over
wasn't.
this?
I'm sorry. Don't call it art. It says it wasn't his friend. It was a bad contract. They abandoned the contract, is what it says, or that's what Don't Call It Art says.
Wow.
That's also my understanding. Yeah,
So,
that
yeah,
when there
that's-
was new owners that took over.
He's arrested over this? This isn't crazy.
Right?
No, it's
Well, yeah,
because
he
of
had
these levels
reckless
of
bin.
stalking. He's been spending
3
3 months.
months?
He showed up to the guy's house or to his business in his underwear. He showed up to his house more than 3 different times. He's met all of the legal precedents needed for stalking and defamation. So he's being arrested for
3
that. He's
months?
been trespassed. I mean, you could go on down.
I have two
Thank you for that.
questions for Heaven Max.
Hang on 1 second. I'm ready when you are. I just got kids dealing with at the same time.
My first question is how maybe you know information I don't. How do you know that girl was his friend who was there to serve the papers?
So I was actually in a debate with somebody that, or wasn't in a debate, but I was watching a debate where this happened, and they pulled up a source where they showed that there was maybe not a friend, maybe too colloquial. Maybe it's more along the lines of it's someone that he already previously knew before the interaction, and she doesn't have the license to actually serve papers as again, this is beyond my terminology, but she didn't have the proper qualifications to
How do
be
you know? Like,
certified.
what evidence though was it that they were friends? What's the evidence that they were friends?
All
You can
right,
say
give me.
there is.
I'll find it, but
Okay.
you'll have to
And
give me.
then while you're looking for that,
It wasn't my source earlier, but you'll have to give me a minute.
while
Sorry.
you're looking for that, then that brings up another question. You said that she didn't have the license to serve the papers.
From my understanding.
In the video, it was stated that the only requirements to serve papers was that 1, you not be an attorney, 2, that you be over the age of 18, and 3, that you are not familiar.
Yeah,
with the
Dave, I
case.
couldn't figure it out either. I was like, what the heck?
Yeah, so I can get any process server to serve anything for me, right? Like they just need to have my authority if I'm one of the parties in the lawsuit. That's effectively what needs to occur.
Right.
So,
but AVG, I'll
curious,
ask you, if you're supposed
do
to
you
be
have-
an unbiased third party and you show up to the guy's
do you have a
house
story
with
or
one of the
something I can look
parties,
up?
Are you seen as an unbiased third party?
So why would he show up with one of the parties? What was the
He
reason
showed
behind
up
that?
with the he showed up with the server because of content.
Oh, he showed up for content. He turned a legal proceeding into content, basically.
Yes, he's like a
That's
social
been this
justice
whole
warrior.
thing.
Well, don't
That's
you all
not
have a
good.
bit more relaxed, just kind of general rules around publicizing like legal cases down there? Am I incorrect about that?
Sometimes. No, you're
Yeah,
not
well,
incorrect. Sometimes. You have to get
so he's
injunctions through the court if you don't want it publicized, basically.
So he wasn't
Okay,
one
so
of the two parties that was actually in the civil case, and he went from a third party unrelated case to he went to harassing the CEO and getting to the point where he is now faced with legal charges, and because of the defamation and loss of revenue with the corporation, he's looking at civil charges with that, and it's all completely unrelated to the Legos his charges technically.
Well, Chad,
Right, like, I
real
guess-
quick.
times when he went to the business where he was literally following court decisions, like when he went there in his underwear, it was after they'd won the court case.
If we can just for 2 seconds, I think that maybe we've confused ABG just a little because we didn't completely lay the groundwork. The guy whose Legos it is not the guy who's making the content and also getting
Yeah, I
arrested.
understand.
That's a guy. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
there's a
Just making sure.
YouTuber that's
That's a whole
helping out this
content.
guy. Yeah, the
Okay.
guy that actually has the collection that's, is in question.
Yep.
He's being helped out by this YouTuber, this guy.
Yeah,
okay.
Dave.
What is
The
his
only
name?
thing,
Ben
maybe not the only,
Schneider,
but
also known
yeah.
on YouTube as, yeah. He's basically taken up the cross for this guy, and he's, effectively the concern is that he's making content out of it, and there might be some privacy breaches and defamation. People are saying that might need to be established here just because of his involvement and some of the lines that have been crossed. Yeah, my reading comprehension is very high. Yeah.
Well, no. I forgot you were reading a source. I'm sorry. So
Oh, no
that's
worries. No, I appreciate
No,
it.
I have
people just
every faith.
sometimes
So
people
he
just
has
word
been-
vomit at me and
when
you're like,
you look
legal
at
opinion,
Utah, when you read Utah case law, you'll actually see that he's met all the criteria for stalking. So that's where the defamation comes in, right? Because it's harassment,
Okay.
stalking, that falls
Right,
under
that would be
defamation.
the case though if you weren't following court procedures to file.
That's a separate thing though, because this is a civil case, right? Is what I understand. Unless are they alleging that it's criminal theft?
No, it's all civil. It's
All
contractual.
civil. Right. So the harassment would be a separate charge. Like it would be a separate case and it would typically be filed with the state as
Separate
opposed
court.
to like yeah.
So he's actually met federal bounds because he's crossed state lines. He went to Mexico for a while. He crossed states
Oh.
to even instigate it. So he's looking at local and federal issues.
Yeah, definitely.
Sorry, I don't mean to be annoying here, but Heaven Max, have you found that source yet?
No, not yet.
Okay,
Are we like
I'm gonna assume you probably won't find it.
Super fan, or
but I have one other question, and then I'll get out of here. When he showed up to serve those papers, the person he was trying to serve them to, he actually had the police hand over the papers, right? And he told the police that they were fake documents, right? If you're getting served fake court papers, why wouldn't you just take them?
Well,
If they have
considering
no-
you don't even have to
if they
take,
have no
people don't even have to
implication
enter
on
real
legal standing.
papers.
Hold
just
on,
have
you
to throw
can't
them
ask
down
the
at their
question.
feet.
This
Sorry.
is a weird question for me.
Yeah, you don't
there-
have to hand them the papers. You can just throw them down at their
No,
feet.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, like legally, he did meet the basically he did serve him the papers, but the guy refused to take them, and the police refused to actually say, well, you've been served, etc. But why wouldn't he just take them if he thought they were fake?
Why? What would be the interest? Like he doesn't necessarily know the full gambit of the lawsuit or the papers, what they contain in them, right? Why?
Then why
would
would
put
he?
himself at risk?
Why would he
Right,
know that
why
they
would
were
he take them?
fake if he didn't look at them?
He doesn't have to take them.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's effectively
you
like
don't
the
have to
argument, like if I know that somebody's going
Take
to
them to
shoot
be
me with a
served
water
either, but
gun,
I'm asking
right?
if
Hey, can you
if
let
they
her
weren't real
finish?
papers,
Let her finish her sentence, please.
It's like saying like, okay, like I assume, right, based on the appearance of I don't know if I can say the full, can I say GUN? Like a GUN, right? They pointed at me and it looks like a water GUN. So I'm like, oh, what's the harm? And like, I don't know that. Like that's like this, that's the same premise. It's an idiotic one to enter
Well, the
into. It's like,
only
oh,
impact-
what's the harm?
sorry. So
done.
what wouldn't the only harm be if they were real papers?
Okay,
Well,
so
look,
but
I
how does he
personally would
know
not be
that?
right.
But like,
I wouldn't
if
be
they're not
entertaining it
real
at all.
papers,
Here comes this
so
reckless Ben fella. These people don't know who he is. He's got a camera in their face with a whole ass camera crew walking around handing them papers and some more. I wouldn't be taking anything from him. No way.
Dave, yeah, right.
If that was my client, I would
Sorry.
I would tell him strict advice: do not accept any kind of legal papers. Like, if you're going to, we can coordinate service through me, especially if he has representation, right? I don't know if the person has representation in this case. I'm assuming yes.
Yeah, because they
So
filed lawsuits. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'll even
why?
take it a step further because you also have to understand that after they won a lawsuit and everything, and they went to go like the whole reason that he quote unquote served these papers was because he had to try to show that there was a good faith attempt to mediate this outside of court, and all he had to do was respond to the prosecutor's office and say they're not communicating with me, they're not doing this, that, and the other. But instead, he went on this tirade again, content creating. So it's the court's like all you had to do was say, we're not having good faith conversation. We need to push this forward to the next step, and they would have done.
yeah, that makes sense.
Wouldn't be the first person to make that mistake. Like the reality is if you look at a lot of proceedings with respect to like streamers and content creators, the courts tend to view them with a very scrutinous eye. Especially if they see you doing crap like making content out of the entire thing.
Yep.
I almost feel like this Ben guy, I know that he maybe tried to do a good
Yikes.
service here to this gentleman, but with his stolen collection, but it might end up actually being a hindrance.
Yeah.
That's why I
Oh,
say
yeah,
he's
he's
better off hiring a lawyer instead of talking to Reckless Ben and just going
Correct.
after through the correct, pathways.
Oh,
Exactly.
okay. Now I understand where the
But
reckless Ben
our
came in.
question before
Go ahead.
our question before was basically we were talking about if the business that has now filed a lawsuit, the new owner would be able to win, in our opinion, your opinion, this for I'm assuming some type of libel or defamation of some sort of the business because they claimed Heaven Max could tell you a little bit more. They've lost like 200% of their revenue or something crazy, or I remember the number 200.
So
He's
let's
greatly
20%.
So let's talk on that, right? Because from my understanding, the franchise has changed hands, right? And this Bricks and Minfinks company is now the current owner. So what I would want to know from a legal perspective is the purchase agreement for the company. So if there are assets and liabilities transferred over, then that would presumably include any kind of claims against the franchise itself for stolen goods. Again, this is not official legal advice. You have not retained me. This is my opinion, just based on the facts. Disclaimer, disclaimer. Right?
Right.
So, but I don't think that is a matter of public record. Is it the purchase agreement between the original franchise and the subsequent one?
Probably not for a private company.
Okay. So yeah.
Although
so we don't know.
if they trade public stock, it could be. We would just have to look into it.
It's presumably going to be produced as a matter of the proceedings because that would be integral information for me as to whether or not any liability rests with B&M. If there wasn't a transfer of liabilities in the context of the business ownership purchase, then there wouldn't be a case against them. There would be a case against the previous franchise owner, however, I would think.
Which reminds me, there's another part that makes it perhaps a bit stickier, and that is that Heaven Max brought up that they did not, this particular business, before it changed hands, they kind of took these on like on a consignment basis, but they didn't have a consignment license to even be able to do that.
So that's a different legal principle that I'm not sure of. If it rests on the principles that I'm thinking of, i.e., for consignment to occur, you can just literally have some kind of goods exchanged in terms of you getting compensation, then sure. But if it's more nuanced than that, i.e., if they need to actually have had a license at the time in order to consign, to participate in the act of consignment, then things could get a bit more, I guess, convoluted.
Tricky.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the exact state legislation would say in terms of that kind of transaction. I'm not really familiar with consignment laws here, and I'm not sure what they are in that state.
Sure, we were kind of just pondering if we basically thought they could win such a
You're
lawsuit.
muted.
company.
Yeah, Max, you're muted.
Push to talk gets you every time.
Sorry if I bored you guys with
Sorry about that.
my-
No, I was just going to say some of the nuance to it is that they were already going through the process of liquidating the franchise back to corporate, and because they had the franchise owner had broken contract through I forget which purpose, but they were not required to accept all contracts. It just nullified it, and it made it him, the previous franchisee, personally liable for all damages to contracts.
Oh.
Yeah, and I see Schneider's been trying to sue the executives personally. He's trying to pierce the corporate veil, which I don't really see the causation for. Like, unless it can be established in a court of law that the executives individually in their own capacity, not acting as agents of the corporation, did the the tasks that are deemed to have been theft, then how would there be liability on the part of the individual directors?
Good question.
Fair, Bert. Yeah.
There isn't.
I'll have to take a look at it.
In my, you know.
We'll see it in
Would
a
any of
jury.
you agree that the owners are acting in bad faith at least?
Well,
I would say the
insofar as
corporation is.
what? The proceedings? Like that's not, the causation isn't for the current proceedings. It's for, like, you can say like they've been in contempt or whatever if they've like contravened some kind of court rule, but in terms of there being a separate cause of action, no. Like we're talking about actions that they've taken post causation, right? Post the theft, the alleged theft.
Like saying that he had heroin or HON.
Yeah, careful. I'm not quite sure on that one, but I appreciate you catching it.
I think pokey.
That's just seems like a totally random thing.
Right.
It could be maybe he planted the idea in their head or something and didn't tell the YouTube about it. Yeah, that's possible.
I mean, you also have to remember in this situation, it's a member of the community. They are having daily phone calls for 3 months about this stuff. It's causing issues not only to the CEO and people in that area, but people that also work in that office that are, completely unrelated or have no hand in the entire situation and stuff like that. So when the average American commits 3 felonies a day without realizing, it doesn't take a lot for the police to get you on something. And the fact that they waited 3 months to do something shows that there was actually some mercy going out towards this kid that was doing some pretty nefarious stuff.
Well, I don't think that the police are necessarily corrupt. I think that it's human nature to resist strongly when you've been maybe fooled or believed a lie. And I think that alone can explain a lot of their actions.
I mean, but
Even
it's so bad
outside of
faith because
believing.
when you look at Reckless Ben, he talks about how the police dislocated his shoulder. Yet when you watch the body cam footage, there was not enough force to dislocate a shoulder. And then you look into it more, the picture that he used to say that he had his shoulder dislocated wasn't even his. It was a stock photo. So this person didn't have any medical bills that he was showing. He didn't have any photos of the actual injury. He used a stock photo of somebody else's shoulder, which wasn't even a dislocated shoulder in the picture. So he used the wrong type of injury in his stock photo. I mean, there's so many bad faith things going on that you go, this is not about retribution to somebody who's been done badly. This is somebody creating content out of a bad situation.
That's not going to bode well. I mean, I understand he's not the party that's
Well,
actually
I know
involved,
he's-
Schneider, but still, I mean, directly involved in the theft, but still, this is not going to go well. Like, if the court sees it, I know because I've had fraud claims before where they produce receipts and stuff that are available online. And as soon as the judge sees that, they don't trust that person anymore in any context.
Yeah, your credibility.
Yeah, I'm concerned. Because it could have probably, if they had just been a bit more nuanced about it, a bit more calmer about it, not letting a YouTuber get their hands on it, I bet the CEO, Bricks and Mort would have actually probably paid out more than just the $8. But I wouldn't, they said that they're going to go after them for everything they can now. And they're saying $100 million in lost revenue because of a 25% drop in sales and people wanting to cash in their shares and also business damages in other ways. So, if a company thinks they have $100 million worth of damage against you, you're not. I mean, unless you're an equally big company, goodbye.
Well, the thing is, I don't believe that. That is the only problem that I have with it. I think the claim is absurd.
Yeah, but you're from communist Europe.
So it's
I'm
not
joking.
unusual.
Joking.
No,
He's not a
no, you
communist.
fucking retard. Okay, Shut the fuck up. I'm not from communist Europe. I'm a Czechoslovakian, first and foremost, okay? So shut the fuck up. Also, I live in Utah. It happened near my home.
You're a Mormon. No, I'm kidding.
Shit.
You can.
I'm gonna go now.
That's a more reasonable take, to be fair.
I'm gonna go now. I just want to point out, Heaven Max never found the source showing that girl was his friend who was there to serve the papers that day. That's all. Everybody have a great.
Fair point.
Womp womp.
Fair
Source,
enough.
bro.
Appreciate you coming in. Don't call it
Well,
art before
he-
you go.
he
Did you
made the
want to?
claim. He made the claim.
Before you go, did you want to
No,
shout out
I'm
your
good.
channel or
Thank you,
anything?
though.
Fair enough. I appreciate you. Don't call it art. You're always
Have a
welcome
good
back,
one.
man. Have a good one, man.
Love you, dude.
Love you, do.
Yeah. So just in terms of the countersuit, I mean, it's not like natural for a company to levy a countersuit of a rather intimidating amount or even like context in terms of the pleadings against a party who's suited. This is a known tactic, and they usually, if the actual case has no merit, they will drop it prior to the trial of the action. My concerns would be this. Number one, I'd want them to demonstrate the damages and demonstrate what we call a causal link in between the actions of Schneider and his affiliates and the actual business losses of the corporation. And the second thing would be like, I would want to see proof that basically Schneider and his team have done what the corporation
Welcome
alleges.
in.
I see here that they've
Holes?
alleged that there's been BOMB
John,
threats.
I'll just call you John.
That there's been
Welcome in. Appreciate the
persistent
engagement.
phone calls and other things. Any good corporation would have records of this, right? And they need to be able to quantify that, i.e., they can't just say, oh, he's annoying Sheila, the secretary, every Tuesday. Like, they need to be able to say, like, Sheila suffered distress, and like, this has impacted our business ability to, actually earn revenue, and so on and so forth, right?
Hey,
Yeah,
good to
like we
see
had
you,
an
man.
employee quit, and this employee
Appreciate
was
the
supposed to
engagement,
cover
buddy.
4 shifts for this long, and blah blah. Yeah.
Yeah. There needs to be a legal accounting of events that contributed to the alleged business losses. If there isn't, the case is dead in the water. Given the quantum versus like how much has he allegedly lost in the Lego collection?
Legos.
Yeah.
Oh, like hundreds of thousands.
So I just want
Hundreds of
to
thousands.
justify my claim earlier. Sorry to interrupt, but that gentleman that was asking for a source. So there is a YouTuber. His name is Legal Mindset, and he's one of the Apple's civil lawyers. So he was talking about this, and he said that as soon as the corporate filings point out that the moment the woman got into Reckless Ben's vehicle, agreed to participate in his YouTube documentary, and walked into the building with his camera crew, she became associated by conduct. So she's not neutral anymore.
All right, let's
Okay.
see what he has to say about that.
I mean, I'm not sure, that term is kind of new to me. If I had to guess, though, just based on how I understand similar terminology, it probably means if any reasonable person would perceive her to have been affiliated with the lawsuit or the individual parties, right? If I had to
Makes
guess.
sense.
Yeah.
I think it's fine. I think it's a good question. I mean, I don't have a problem with having a scumbag being jail. I just don't. The only thing I'm concerned about is 100 million. I don't think there's a causal. I don't think you can demonstrate that he caused 100 million in damages to a franchise. That is an insane number.
That's going to be really hard. Especially, here's another thing I was thinking about during a tumultuous time in the business, right? Like their ownership is changing hands and all this other stuff is happening. They're obviously trying to, get money back for these consignments, et cetera, et cetera. Like, how are you going to demonstrate that causal link when you've got all this other stuff going on?
In short, they probably aren't.
Right. And it is a scare tactic. I feel like lawsuits are a scare tactic. I mean, you can correct me, but I would say at least 30, 40, 50% of the time, right? A lot.
Well, I had a family member, right, who proceeded like it was a civil matter as well, and the opposing party levied I guess public record, but I'm not going to give the exact details so as to not dox myself, but it was millions of dollars, right, that the countersuit was for, and it was an under $1 million claim. Okay, the countersuit was twice that. They dropped it on the eve of trial. It was very
Plain
clearly an
chicken.
intimidation tactic. Yeah, and the court actually awarded excessive punitive damages against the party that levied the countersuit for that reason, because that's exactly what it was, right? I'd be curious. Yeah, I'd be curious to know the actual proof behind B and M's rather causation allegations between the conduct of Schneider and the business loss.
Just the YouTube, I'm assuming. I mean, that's about the only thing that, and plus his quote unquote harassing behavior, like showing up and, you put something on YouTube, you've got all these super fans, right? Who are going to call, who are going to complain, like these threats you spoke of,
Yeah, probably the business ledger and the YouTube streams. Oh, sorry, sir. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just going to say that it's under, when we're talking about that person that was, the association by conduct, it's the bona fide portion of the law, right? So it's a good faith understanding of what do you mean by unbiased, right? And so when you see these certain things that elicit unbiasedness, it's like, would the average person perceive it as this, right? And the average person isn't just some random person you grab off the street, but, like an actual legal standard of what the nuance would be. So.
Correct.
Again, we'll see it play out under a jury, and that'll tell us who's right and who's wrong.
I still think that it's the 100 million is an insane take. That's the only thing I'm complaining. It's like I don't think it makes any sense to make those kind of claims. I actually think it works against the claims of the company, which I may agree with, but
that's what happens. You try and go up against some megalithic company like that, right? You're asking for it.
It's like, oh yeah, that's what happens. It means absolutely nothing. That just means that maybe what we ought to do is take those fucking companies and tell them to fuck right off, right? That's exactly what we ought to do instead. It's not a claim as of acting good faith. It will be the opposite.
Sure.
Well, and I kind of feel like at some point someone needs to teach some of these YouTubers a lesson, and maybe that's surface level take, but I just believe at the end of the day, some of them are truly out of control. Like the things that people try to turn into content is just getting wilder and wilder for the clips, and like here we are dealing with legal matters, and I've seen this many times. People try and turn legal matters into a whole series, for their YouTube channel or their other social media, and that's just so wild to me. Like, how have we gotten here?
Yeah, the push for more content is getting really, really, really bad. Part of the reason why I started my podcast was because I was tired of the crap and I wanted to give better content online. I'm tired of the lack of attention spans and wanted to give back some more long form content. And something that actually intrigues people and not just rage bait, clickbait, something like that. But ODJ, it looks like you have to go. I appreciate you coming onto the panel, buddy. Was there anything that you wanted to say before you go?
I don't really have much of anything to shout out. I mean, subscribe to Potato Man.
I appreciate that.
That's all I got.
I always like to give people a chance. So I appreciate you coming on. And again, you're always welcome back, man. You have a blessed night, buddy.
Good night.
Good night.
See you soon.
All right.
See ya.
Yeah. So yeah, Homestead, people love drama. And that's the problem is, so the blood sports debates that's where it's at right now. So I will probably have a blood sports debate night at some point in time. But I really enjoy these open panel discussions where we get to move the conversation forward rather than just bicker and fight and bite. But we will be doing that too. So
I think a lot of other people do too. People like the panels.
Oh yeah. No, I'm getting a lot of actually good feedback on these panels. The people that come on them are like, yeah, you got something going here. So I'll continue to do this forever, probably as long as I possibly can. But I do want to get into the debate scene. I want to do more debates myself. I don't have any of them under my belt yet, but working on it. And then again, if anybody
have any topics,
go ahead.
I can moderate.
I appreciate that. I have been challenged by re-examination. I'm working on building a case. And then Abe Abe,
please.
Abe,
Oh no!
yeah, yeah.
Please.
It'll be an
It's gonna
interesting.
break
Yep.
Emmett's little heart.
Yeah, it'll be a blowout. I can almost guarantee it. But I'm gonna give it my best shot.
I'm not.
So I'm not sure who's.
I'm not even gonna say anything.
I'm not sure whose channel I'll be going on.
Not be mean. Okay?
Oh yeah, you have
I
a
can say, like,
a
Let me.
hate broner, don't you?
No,
I don't have a hate boner. Don't start. I want to lose my shit. I'm not gonna say.
you don't want me
anything.
to
I'm
say
gonna stay quiet.
it for you? Let me say what
If you want
cannot,
to.
Emmett.
If you want to.
So, in a very polite sense of the word, there was a debate, a potential debate between the two of them, and re-examination has politely declined.
Oh, fair.
Oh yes, I didn't get that context.
That's funny.
That is true.
But Abe offered to host it, so I might be doing it on Abe's channel. I haven't completely decided where I'm going to do it yet, but I would like as much support as I can get on it. And then if anybody wants to set up debates, this will be a debate platform, so that anybody wants to debate. I want to get more debates set up on my platform to moderate myself, as well as be challenged. I'm not opposed to being challenged. Whether I will take the challenge or not is a different story probably. But I am open to getting wrecked. Let's put it that way, because I know I'm gonna for a while. But that you got to start somewhere, right? So anyway,
I just want to say that we're gonna have a little meeting, Daria, about the usage of the word "little bitch" and when it's appropriate to use it. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you that it's possible that we're gonna have that talk.
More often is when it's appropriate to use it.
More often,
maybe we're gonna
right?
You want me to use it more?
Probably it's
okay.
not being used the amount of time that is necessary.
Little bitch.
A little bitch. I know I'm a little bitch, so it's all good.
No.
You seem okay.
Such a cool.
Sheesh.
You're not worthy of the little bitch box. No.
Me?
Oh yes, tell us about the box.
I've got two boxes. I have the inner sanctum and the little bitch box. And the little bitch box is reserved for people who I despise their presence, that I won't even entertain them for a debate unless I absolutely can demolish them. That is the little bitch box.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so you don't fit in that box.
Oh,
so.
okay.
Sorry, not sorry.
Sorry. Fair enough. Fine. I'll take the L. Anyway.
But you're also not inner sanctum worthy. I barely know you, so you'll be in the middle.
Don't worry.
That, are worthy.
I'll get there soon enough.
Tater's good.
That with my hate.
Yeah, I'm a decent potato. I'm not spoiled yet. So anyway.
Well, we got on an interesting topic there, and we kind of glazed over it because there was outros to be made. But
sure.
I guess I'm kind of curious as to what you guys think on this. So obviously, yes, people love drama content sells, but I don't think that it's a sustainable channel kind of content format.
I don't either.
Agreed.
That's why I avoided. I'm trying to avoid it, and I the drama. I don't really care for the drama. But yeah, I agree with you, AVG.
I mean, the perfect example of this is Tyler Oliveira, right? You see his very initial videos on his YouTube channel to what he's making now, and he's like, in the middle of these riots and punching people in the face and spraying them with like spray paint in the face and everything, and all this wild stuff, swimming to Epstein's Island, like exponentially. You have to, increase the likability of your content to gain or rather throw a bigger net. So I just think it's not feasible to do long term.
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly right, because as much as people love drama, right, they're also bloodthirsty.
Yeah.
So once you give them a taste, they're like sharks in the water and they want more.
Yep.
Absolutely, yeah.
Like, can you imagine if you are the box you put yourself in, right? Can you imagine if your only content was I forget what the Twitch streamer's name is, but where he just literally freaks out and throws his keyboard around a room? You've got to do that every single time you go live, or something worse.
Yeah.
Like the Nikocado avocado thing.
Oh
right?
my gosh, yes.
Right.
He is terrible.
Yeah, I want to say there was
Yeah, and then you just always got to keep upping the ante until what, you know?
yeah, exactly. Well, it's just like the the OnlyFans and the whole P scene in general, right? Once guys don't start in hardcore P, it's usually Victoria's Secret magazines that get started in, and then it progressively gets worse and worse and worse. So it's the same thing, same concept as the content creation. You're trying to hit that dopamine level more and more.
Yeah, I had an interesting. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you first. You first.
I had an interesting TikTok debate today with an individual. The prompt was like sex work is work, and
No.
I relayed some I relayed some statistics with respect to human T wording, right? And I said, like, look, this is actually there's a causal link between sex work and human teeing.
Yep.
And she said, well, what does that have to do with the prompt? I said, well, name me another job where, as a result of doing that job, you get kidnapped and
Teed.
raped,
Yep.
and you also possibly
Yep.
unalive.
Right.
And don't forget smugs, but with DR, the smugs.
Right.
I know of another one, but I
People
don't
get
think we
mad
call
about
it
that.
work.
Yeah, the
It's
the
a
original
circular,
gateway, right, Bert?
definition. So subjectively,
hate
they
it,
believe
man.
it's works, ergo it's work, right? It's the same kind of thing with another issue
Oh,
that
okay.
comes up very commonly, right? It's work
So
because it's
cartel
work.
member
because it's
would
work.
be the same thing, right?
What?
The cartel member will be a same thing, right? I mean,
See,
that's another work.
I mean, that's an
That's
actual
a-
job, and the union of cartel members would be so ashamed in how
they're
you're
gonna be
just
so angry at me.
disrespecting your Mexican lineage right now. Okay.
Right.
Is there
Shitting on it was an actual job that your great grandfather held. You ungrateful man, you.
Right.
Oh no.
I'm just kidding. I don't know that to be true.
Just
I
kidding.
don't know.
Right.
I told
I
you,
think
in secrecy. We couldn't talk about that. Now you're
Oh.
breaching client confidentiality.
Attorney-client privilege.
Oh,
Well, and I
Lord,
think
here
that
we go
also
again.
kind of broaches another interesting topic, which is like how porn has become this legal in all of its forms, legal form of prostitution, if you will, because it's been not a form; it's exactly what it is, because they have unions and actual corporations, and it's legal. People somehow feel like morally it's better, because after all, the law is a tutor in a lot of ways, right?
It's the principle of enablement. It's the same thing with the legalization of smokes. I don't know if that's what you were talking about.
Right.
A
Yeah,
bit
National
earlier as
Geographic
well.
was actually another
But
gateway.
That's
Yep.
effectively what it does. Like, for instance, in parts of the United States and as well in Canada, where I live, up in the snow, Mexico, effectively the legalization of the green, right, has endorsed more usage of it. We know this to be true. It's relatable via statistics. So as soon as you effectively desensitize the public to something that was formerly shunned upon and shamed, right? Over time, it might not be initially accepted, but over time, it will become a regular part of society. And then you have the conundrum that you kind of had between the 80s and present with respect to people's preferences, right, in terms of their identity and who they fornicate with, right? It went from one standard to this increasingly elevated perversion of what like the Orthodox Church or the Catholic Church would define as a civil union. Like the nuclear family was destroyed on a simple principle that got elevated slowly and slowly. It's like a frog boiling in water kind of analogy, right?
Yeah, indeed.
Yep.
That's what's really sad to me. Nobody disagrees.
Right.
Damn it, Tater, we need to get
So what you're saying is shame is an effective tool to dissuade certain behaviors?
Hey,
correct.
I said bring back shame in my recent debate. I'm just saying. I said we need to
Bring
bring
back
the
shame.
shame back.
I can actually
So
give
what
an
you're saying
argument
is-
that what we're seeing in the sexual market will actually be beneficial to families in the long run, and it's wild to think about, but you have to see that in the AI market of things, some of the most highest paid content creators right now for that type of content are men using AI content generators. So,
Like the
then
Maya?
right?
Pardon?
Nuclear.
Like Maya, the created it's like 4 folders on a guy's laptop or whatever. He's a university student.
So I don't know specific names. That's not my expertise. I just know that there was like a 60% of the top 10 earners, so 6 out of the 10 top 10 earners, they found out to be actual AI generated content. And then you're going to see that that is actually seen as the ethical choice because you're not doing,
Harm
there's
to
no
real
version
people.
of a real person. It's all online. And then the question becomes, well, what does a real woman have to offer in today's dating market is their sexuality, right? They're not offering chastity. They're not offering home building. They're offering just their sexuality, how good they look, things like that. So then when you have AI versus that, now women have to have something that makes them advantageous to stay relevant in that market. Otherwise, we're going to just see society collapse, right? So what will they be able to offer? Conservative values, chastity, a family. That's what they can offer that, I'll raise your children. That's something AI cannot do, right? So that's what we'll see revert back to in the long run.
I'm sorry, I am so repulsed by the talk, but the topic itself.
Oh, I hate it. It's a nuanced perspective.
I know,
I heard a
don't
few days
call it
ago, and I
art.
was like,
I'm with you.
As much as it doesn't sound nice, because that means that you have to see the escalation of the AI stuff to get to a point where it's just like, we have to ban it all. But in the long term, it's probably better for families because we also see, okay, we don't like sexual liberation. We do like family values. We've tried it all. We've got this data to go off of. So maybe we don't see it happen again after it reverts back. You would hope.
Isn't that kind of a
Acceleration.
fallacious? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Leah.
I was just gonna say accelerationism. That's exactly what you're modeling there. Is like, let's make it as bad as possible, basically, so that we can
No,
get to the collapse.
no, it's naturally going to get that way, right? Because there's no ethical question once you're using as a computer generated program or something like that. What's the ethical question? You're not harming anyone. So in a world without God,
Well, but
which
the
is a very
men,
secular society,
you're harming the men. I mean, we have a higher ED rate right now amongst young men than we've ever seen in a civilized society, and it's because of corn. It's directly linked to it.
Yep.
That's just
Yeah.
one case.
to a
Relationship.
secularist, it's all about pleasure, right? If I can increase pleasure without harming others, then it's morally okay. That's
Right,
subjective moralism.
Then we need
at its
to
foundation.
Then we need to define what harm is, because like Leia just mentioned, right? That is in fact definitely causing ED in a lot of younger and younger men. And that is extremely concerning.
Externally, is it harming? That's what I'm asking.
No,
right?
no,
Can you
I
point
understand,
to-
but that's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's what I'm saying is what is
Yes,
considered
I
harm.
can point to it.
No, someone going and masturbating in their room
Themselves.
does not harm any other person, right? You may say it
Yeah,
harms
yes,
them,
it does.
but it's not harmful.
Yes, it does.
Again.
Well, but it would harm their sexual function in the future, and the degens
Thus,
care a lot about that.
thus hurting their future family and their kids and their wife. Yes, it is harm.
Because
They're
that's
hurting
what
themselves,
people with
at the very
subjective
least.
morality care about are families and wives and children, right? That's what the average atheist cares about. It's not a career, money, having the nice stuff, right? It's not materialism.
Yeah,
It's
and their sex,
embracing
their
things.
sex life.
Okay, you don't have to sell to me that we have to do something against them. Okay, it's
I'm
like
just
if
saying.
if the idea is should we get rid of atheists, then maybe some tree sighting will help, and that will be better for society in general.
Right. No, my argument is just that in a secular nation, you cannot appeal to morality, especially if it's not directly harming someone. It's not directly causing an injury to someone externally. You can give subjective, intrinsic reasons as to, well, this may hurt you in the long term if you may want a family and stuff like that. But when you have someone that has subjective morality, that and they prefer materialism and consequentialism. They go, well, I don't really care about having kids. I don't really like kids. So if my thingy doesn't work later and I'm pleasured now, then what's the matter, right? That's the problem that you're fighting, right?
Well, for one, we absolutely can impose their morals. We just have to have enough of the vote, first of all. But second of all,
Right.
also, I mean, they do care about their sex lives. It's one of the only things they care about, on any real level, a lot of them. And so if you tell them, hey, this can
It's
literally
true,
harm your
Homestead.
sex life, and once it does
Very
in this
true.
way, we don't know how to fix it. So we don't know how long it's going to last. We don't know,
You say
how
that,
your
but
function is going to be.
they don't care about their sex life. They care about sexual gratification. If you offer them a cyborg robot that looks one for one like a human, but it was not a human, it would have sex with you, it would never talk back, et cetera, et cetera. It wouldn't have any of these headaches. Majority of secularists are going to go, well, that's beneficial to me. That does everything I need and nothing that I don't want, right? So, I mean,
Well,
like,
yeah, possibly, but we're not there yet. So for
Right,
now,
but-
the argument would still work.
But you got to
Well,
push the
just a
logic to
second.
its extremes to see if it's consistent,
Well, it's
Even if it
consistent because
was,
it's
Hold on, Leia.
Oh,
What were you going to
go
say,
ahead,
AVG?
Leia.
No, you started first, AVG. What do you got?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so even if we assume, right, that it, like, let's say it's even heated, right? Because I understand they do have technologies now within robots where they can like heat, the elements that matter. If you know what I mean. Right?
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Let's not get into that,
Oh,
please.
yeah, I just wanted- I am frightened of our future overlords.
Seriously,
or at
though.
least I don't think we're anywhere close to that yet, but I mean, you never know. So
Closer
I do
than
a lot of
feet.
research on this.
Yeah, me too.
I'm also kind of a nerd. But yeah, if you look into that, even if we assume that there's going to be that kind of reaction, right? And they don't say anything, they don't talk back, no woman prattle, no woman prattle. Is there going to be that kind of recognition of a lack of a human element? Like, I do believe, and I'm pretty sure there's studies that NIH has actually documented here, where the human touch or the human reaction is something that is appealing in terms of reproductive sense and also in a connection sense. And I don't think with the technology that we have currently, or even in a future date, that we would be able to replicate that to the degree that it would appear authentic to the user. Unless we're talking like VR, but even then, like, you can't, like, you see the movie, I think, is it in Idiocracy where the guy has like a flesh, you know what? And he's also like, logged into the VR. Is that what I'm thinking of? Or was it Upload?
I was going to say, I don't think it's the Idiocracy. Idiocracy does have a scene similar where the dude's sitting on a shitter and watching masturbate tube, and it's feet cutting a steak. So it's degenerate in its own right, but not quite not quite that degenerate there. So it might have been Upload. I'm not sure. I don't recognize it from Upload. I haven't seen the whole series either, though. Sorry, go ahead.
They have like a suit that you put on and Upload where the girlfriend uses it to like
yes,
got smack in the boots.
Yes,
with the man.
Yes, and she doesn't take a freaking bath for like 2 weeks or some shit. That was so disgusting.
Disgusting.
Yes.
Disgusting.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Anyway.
I gotta
So
ask
gross.
you though, when you're arguing with people with subjective morality and subjective truth, right? My truth may be different than your truth, right? When you're arguing with people like that, how do you make laws saying that you cannot do this thing because you're going to miss the human connection, right? They'll say, well, that's just your preference or your interpretation of reality, et cetera, like that. You don't have a point to
And that's the
argue
goal,
that it's morally
unfortunately.
wrong or unjust. to
Then we'll
not allow
put on those
technology.
VR
So
suits like
unless
she's
the
talking
society
about.
reverts back to an objective moral basis and objective truth, there's no way to fight against those things being legal or illegal, whether or not it's good or bad, right? And obviously, I think it's all terrible and disgusting. There's no foundation to argue with them on any ethical reason as to why to prevent it or outlaw it, and that's the issue we're seeing.
I don't really think that objective morality comes into play with these types of technologies because the way that I would normally attack something like this is like I would say, hey, there's studies where people have tried this technology and they found that it doesn't actually satisfy the purpose for which they are utilizing it for, i.e. it does not provide that simulation of human connection. But the reality is the technology has not advanced to that point. So I don't have those studies to show you. In terms of whether or not it feels right or wrong, I mean, from a Christian, like a objective moral perspective, I could say like there's no purpose to that. It's just senseless, self-gratification. There's no reproductive element or even a connection me as a catechumen and a baptized and confirmed Lutheran, right, would effectively be useless information. So I wouldn't rely on that. I'd adopt a statistical viewpoint. And when they, said, okay, if it feels good to me, then whatever, I would say, well, at what point do we follow that train of logic to its inevitable tragic conclusion, right? If it feels good to have sex with your same gendered sibling, right? Ought you be able to do that, provided that it doesn't result in any kind of reproductive negative outcomes? And obviously, we all know that the answer is no, right? It's immoral. If you have any kind of moral worldview on an objective basis, you would reject that premise entirely.
So yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you as a catechumen myself, right? So I'm not disagreeing you on objective reality or objective morals, right? So my point is, I'm just arguing, I guess you could say, devil's advocate of the other side. This is what we're fighting against are people that wanted to change PDFs to maps, right? Which is like mature, or I don't even know what the acronym means.
Minor attracted person.
Thank you. I knew someone would, because it's absolutely abhorrent. But that's who we're arguing with, right? So like, where does the line draw? Do you really think it's going to be that type of technology when they're wanting that? I think we're going to see the disgusting end of it first before, like another crusade.
Yeah, the one point where I think technology might be actually useful is in the realm of, and I'm sure Leah will have a lot to say on this, abortions, because I do see there might be some kind of value in having those artificial wombs if we're actually able to complete that and manufacture that. Because I think it would eliminate a lot of the argumentation that pro-choicers have towards that situation of being a mother and not wanting it. The convenience factor would be eliminated. I think a lot of men too would pay for that. Most.
Yeah, you'd have another problem though. You'd be creating a generation of psychopaths.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said, right? Because
We have a generation of psychopaths.
Yeah, there's that.
That's true.
But also,
go debate someone in the Destiny server on Discord. You'll find out everyone's a psychopath.
Oh Lord.
But also, there's women. Let me say one thing real quick, pretty please. There's also people like Love Beautifully who you will give that option to, and she'll still say, "I don't care if there's an artificial womb. Women should be able to murder or hurt their kids." So, unalive.
catch.
Thank you. I couldn't think of another word.
Good catch.
Unalive their kids, which is crazy.
Good catch. Good catch.
There you go.
Okay, if you're going to accept the fact that you cannot argue with morals, you are sealing the whole worldview. And they do use morals all of the time. There's absolutely no reason to just accept, we cannot use morality when it comes to the idea of, when it comes to argumentation. You're just sealing the ground.
Well, without God,
it doesn't matter if it's without God or not.
It does, because if you're arguing from a position, a worldview without God, then it's your subjective morality versus mine. And
except they use it all the time. Yeah, except they use it all the time. The presupposition of we all do this is because it's good. So they are already using good and bad.
But they agree that from their worldview, it's a subjective interpretation of reality, right? Which is the same as yours.
It doesn't matter if it's subjective or not. They're claiming to good.
Yeah, it's circular. But again, without God.
It is in their worldview, but it doesn't matter if it is or not, because they're still arguing for the good.
If they have the power, it does matter.
No, it doesn't, because they're still arguing for the good.
Yeah, but good is what makes them feel good. It's moral consequentialism, right?
So what? The moment they're using good, I can use good.
Yeah, but that's interpretation.
Yeah, so we're in... Exactly. We are in equal terms. I'm going to use good in accordance to what I prefer, which is Christianity, and it's perfectly understandable. I don't have to concede any ground and saying I cannot use morality in my argumentation. In fact, I have to, and I do it because it's my preference.
Again, your preference meaning it's subjective.
My preference is subject to them, but I can still use them in argumentation because I prefer it.
It's arbitrary then.
It doesn't matter if it's arbitrary or not, because we're talking about worldviews. They can use whatever their moral system is because they prefer it. I can use whatever moral system I prefer because I prefer it. I don't have to cede any ground when it comes to the use of morality at all.
Okay, do you not see how it equals out? If you use the same let's say we have this standard for what I believe is my worldview, and I am anti something that you believe in, and you're pro it, and use the same standard. We equal out. There's no way to get to anything furthering that. It's just me versus you.
Yeah, but you're not understanding they're already using good and bad, right?
Subjectively.
Hang on. If I can interject here, I think, Emmett, you're trying to say that your argument is just as valid as theirs, but Heaven Max, you're trying to say that that's not going to convince them.
Yeah, I'm saying that from someone that believes that there is no anything outside the subject. Mine, yours, everyone's is subjective. You can't say, well, mine's objective, because they're going to go, that's your subjective interpretation. That came from your brain. You subjected it, right? You interpreted it. So I'm just saying you will not get anywhere trying to argue any kind of morality because it's my preference versus your preference.
Exactly, but I'll still use them. When it comes to me saying, hey, abortion is wrong, it's bad, and they say, no, it's good. If we actually go to what is good, they cannot prevent me from saying it's bad because, in accordance to my preference, it's bad. Even if that is the case, it's still bad, and I can still say it's bad. 100%. I don't have to see the ground on morality because they don't believe in it. That's dumb.
No,
I
I'm not
can
saying
use
that
as
you have
much
to,
moral. I can use any moral idea that I want as long as I want to, because that's what I can do in accordance to the worldview. They have absolutely no reason to say I shouldn't or I can't.
But absent power, it's useless. What you're saying.
Well,
Perfect.
I think what Emmett is trying to say. I think what Emmett's trying to say is, in a debate setting, when you're debating with somebody like that, you're not necessarily trying to convince just that other person. You're also trying to convince everybody that's watching the debate or listening to the conversation. So if you can point out to the audience that their preference is just as valid as yours and vice versa, it's all about preference. That kind of invalidates how that your opposition is seeing things. Is, oh, you believe in just preference. Well, I believe in something that's static, something that doesn't change. So you could theoretically convince the audience.
And I don't have to see the ground to their worldview. I don't have to take their worldview. I can just say, I can use morality. I can use subjective morality. I can say this is wrong, and I can give reasons as of why. And if they're like, I don't believe in it, well, I don't care if you believe in it or not. At the end of the day, is your preference versus my preference, and we can go and we can work on the frameworks that we maybe be able to. But it's not like I'm gonna invalidate my moral axiomatic, even if it's axiomatic. You cannot invalidate my moral axioms because you don't fucking like him. That's not an argument.
Yeah,
And they don't even have to understand that. Like the person that you're debating with doesn't even have to get that. I have experienced that myself. They don't even have to understand like we're on equal footing, quote unquote, for everyone else listening and paying attention to understand and go, oh, wait a minute. This person has a point.
But you can't convince someone of objective morality without convincing them of God first. That's why I'm like, the whole morality argument with someone that's got subjective morality is completely, it's just so arbitrary, and it's going to be subjective versus subjective until you point to something outside of the subject.
Well,
so
they don't even believe in subjective morality. Talk to them for 5 seconds. They will go on and tell you that it's only subjective, and then they will tell you it depends on the collective.
Lady, gentleman, Tater, I'm going to make my exit. Thank you so much for having me up, and pleasure speaking with you all. I hope to join you for many more spirited
I
conversations.
have a question before you leave, Daria. One
thank
question.
you.
When is your debate, the Narcan debate?
It is tomorrow at 6 p.m. EST, and I will be restreaming it on my channel. Please follow me at capital A, capital V, capital G, female debater. I will be taking the negative on Narcan only being available to medical professionals, i.e. doctors and nurses, in a clinical setting.
Nice.
And I will probably have
Narcan saves lives.
Right on. Yeah. So, if in the chat, if you're, looking for a debate tomorrow, tune in for sure. I appreciate you coming on, AVG.
And after that, I might go in verbal combat.
Subscribe.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for having me. And if you guys debate, I will follow you back.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
it was a good chat.
Like I said, I'm going to be setting up with Rex
Thanks,
and
not paid.
Definitely, if you want to debate on my platform at any point, let me know.
I've added you to my list. God bless you all and have a pleasant evening.
All right. God bless. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Christ is risen.
All right. So,
ABG's good people.
yeah, for sure. So we've been going. So it's 2 hours past I normally end at, and my YouTube on my computer went down. I'm not sure what's going on. So I have no idea. Is anybody else's YouTube having issues? No.
Well, I have not tried it.
Fucking weird, man.
I think I got like a 20-second delay, but that's it.
Yeah, I every once in a while my YouTube on my computer will go down, but not on my phone. The phone was working just fine, but not my YouTube on my computer. So I have no idea what's going on with the stream, the analytics, or anything like that. It's freaking weird. So we'll wrap up real quick. Was there anything else that anybody wanted to say on the topic at hand? Okay.
I don't think so. Good chat.
Just that you don't get Dune without the Butlerian Jihad, and you don't get the Butlerian Jihad without the AI overlords. So let's have it.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah, so Homestead, if you're listening, AVG will be. I'll probably drop a link in the free for all or something like that, so we can all watch it. Definitely tune into her channel, but I'll be dropping a link in the free for all so that we can all tune into it. Anyway, so we'll just start with the shout outs to end the stream on, unless anybody else has anything else to say. Okay, so I'll just start up with with Emmett on the right there. If you want to shout out your channel, Emmett.
Yeah, I'm Count Emmett on YouTube. I usually do like late night streams. Thank you for having me on. It was fun and interesting.
Yeah.
Hope you have an excellent rest of your night, everybody. Thank you and goodbye.
Yeah, heck yeah, I appreciate you coming on. God bless, buddy.
God bless.
Take it easy, Emmett.
Right on. That would leave you next, Voshmit, if you want anything to shout out.
No, just everybody watching, like, and subscribe to Tater here. He's building something awesome, and he needs more support, more exposure.
Yes.
Let's share.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate you. And as always, you're welcome back anytime. Thank you very much, sir. God bless.
Yeah. Thank you. Had a blast as always.
Nice.
Have a good night, guys.
Have a good night.
Pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
And then that will bring us to Leia jumped into the spot, so you can go ahead and shout your channel out first.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. Yeah, you.
Sorry, I see him. Okay.
You're fine.
You're like, yeah, Leah. You're Leah. Sorry.
You're
Took me a second. I swear I'm not always this slow. You can find me at Leah Sophia if you'd like to follow. I do have an upcoming debate, and that's actually going to be on Tater's channel here, where you're already at. So it's I totally forgot to say something to Vosh about that, but that'll be me and Vosh on the 20th tentatively. So we're excited about that. And of course, sub to Tater, hit up his money dollar accounts to help him with the grift. And I hope everybody has a wonderful night.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, definitely tune in for that debate. I'm excited to see it and have it on my channel. Leia, thank you very much for everything that you do for me and my channel. Again, you're always welcome back, and God bless.
Thank you. Same to you, kind sirs. God bless.
And then Heaven Max, you're up. You're up. If you'd like to shout anything out.
Just you and the mods. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Really do. You know, they do a great job. You do a great job with the channel. I love the debate. And then there's the general chat. And then there's the Christian goodness. So, I mean, depending on your feeling, you know, the mood of the day, if you're wanting to have a bit of a blood sport with somebody, if you're just trying to have a general chat about something that happened, or if you just need to pick me up, it's a really good Discord, good community. So, you know, even if we don't all agree or anything like that, butt heads with people, it's always been good faith. So I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I appreciate you shouting me out. And the Discord, of course, if anybody's not part of the Discord, that's always a good place to be. Thank you very much for that. And always, I appreciate you being on the panel. You're always welcome back, and God bless, man.
God bless you. Thank you. Christ is risen.
Christ is risen. Christ is God. Have a good one.
You too.
All right, guys, and that wraps up the stream. Thank you very much, AVG. I appreciate all the good feedback. Of course, I'm always open for constructive criticism as well. If anybody has any thing that is just like, nah, that's not cool, Tater, stop doing that. Feel free to let me know. I might just ignore you, but I appreciate the feedback. Bert, I appreciate the engagement tonight. I hope to keep you around. And again, as always, thank you so much, everybody, for being here. The engagement, the chat. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate everything that you all do for me and this channel. I really hope to bring some good positivity into the world. With that being said, please take care of yourselves out there. Remember those Second Amendment rights within the United States, because your response time will always be faster than that of the police getting to your house. And I want to keep you around. All of you, including those outside of the United States, please take care of yourselves as best as you know how as well. And as for now, please take care of yourselves, your neighbors. You never know what they're going through. Be kind. Always. Christ is God, the King of Kings, and always will be. And the Potato, signing off.
Everybody screaming, nobody hears. Everybody talking straight through their fears. Headline religion, feed me the rage. People outsource thinking, turn the page. Algorithms whisper, tell me what to feel. Truth became a product, nothing seems real. We trade understanding for a side to defend. Now nobody questions, they just pretend. If you never stop and ask them why, you can live your whole damn life inside a lie. Think or say, wake up before you drown. Everybody shouting, nobody slows down. Question everything, even what you know. Truth survives pressure, let the weak ideas go. Think or sink, don't hand your mind away. Freedom dies quietly, one thought at a time each day. Each day. People fear silence more than being wrong, so they join the chorus and they sing along. Tribal addiction, digital wars, turning human beings into avatars. Facts get filtered by the team you choose. Everybody fighting, but we all still lose. Critical thinking shouldn't be rare, but independent thought still scares people everywhere. If emotions is sold every night. Truth hurts, pride burns, still nobody wants to learn. Pause the noise, break the chain, learn to think or stay the same. Future's in your hands. A mind that asks questions still has a chance. Question everything, even this song. The goal was never comfort, the goal was getting strong. Think or sink, don't let your thoughts decay. A free mind survives when it refuses to obey.